Well, there was a slight delay in things, but welcome everyone to AMD Sky Esports GrandSlam Valorant Phase 1 gaming partner Logitech G, gaming rig partner Chroma, and also broadcast partner Loco. This is me, Edge. Alongside me, it is Fritz, and we are here to take you to the day 1 of the Phase 1, and it is gonna be a BO3 between two big powerhouses. It's going to be T69 taking off Exceeli. But before we head on to the match, Fritz, how you doing today, my man?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine and super excited for the game as well. Exceeli and Team T69, these two teams definitely do share a bit of history as well. So I would love to see how do these teams perform in the today's BO3 game that we have planned for them.
Yes, that is true. I'm really excited. And the thing here, it is phase one, guys. There are two phases. Yes, there are some teams that are already invited to phase two. But before we talk, usually, but after now, after the rework, I'm pretty sure the pick rate is going to be higher than usual.
Oh, let's see, because Yoru, as you said, it'll still be in the experiment phase. So I think so the teams might not want to use it. But you talked about the controllers, right? Viper getting a slight of a nerf. Brimstone, the smokes are now a bit big, so the pick rate might come in. Astra being nerfed hugely. The number of stars have been reduced, the cooldowns have increased, and the speed of the Omen smoke is back. I should not say back. It's better than the previous time when it was 5,000 in the few days. Now it's
Yes.
more, even more than that. So now Omen becomes viable as well. So would love to see the battle of controllers. Will we see still the teams going with that Astra play,
Okay, once again, minor technical difficulty, but let's take a look at the brackets once again. Double elimination format: Exceeli esports, T69, Orgless 5, Enigma Gaming, Team Snakes, Team Valor, Truerippers, and God Particles. All these teams, top 8 teams currently. And also, in phase 2, 2 teams have been invited already, right? We all know who they are. Once again, let me just remind you, it's Global Esports and Velocity Gaming. And they rightfully deserve it, right? And they are also confirmed a $1,000 piece of the prize pool there each, at least. And at least, that's, let me remind you, at least if they're in second place, they get a bigger piece, and if in the first, you know what it is, Fritz.
Let's see, let's see. For now, again, I love to talk about the games as well. Again, I am not completely sure did our audios went before or not. But yes, the battle of controllers. We again and again just speak about it because I'd love to see it. The update was yesterday, so that is a thing that the teams have not got enough time to prepare. So do you think will we see some experimentation coming in, or will the teams just go in with their default plays with their Astra or not?
Well, I think it's still gonna be a little bit of those default strats and the default plays, but at the same
Okay,
time, there are gonna be some twists coming in, right? It is
okay.
gonna be Exceeli esports, one of the teams that have beaten a lot of you know good and some big
Yes.
names in the Indian scene as well. And T69, we all know them, how they play. They are really aggressive sometimes, and they like to take chances, right? So I think a Yoru pick is on the cards here coming in from the side of T69.
Oh, Europic. I love to see it. I love to see it if it happens on any of the maps because again, the rework, the fake footsteps has been completely changed. The fake out has completely changed. Now you get a live Yoru running towards you, and if you kill it, you're gonna get blinded in just some time. That too in a cone shape. So your teammates are not going to be affected at all. So if we see a Yoru, I'm all up for it, Edge. I'm all up for it, and I would love to see some, sneaky plays coming in. Even using your utility while you're in the ultimate of Yoru is also going to be huge in the dimensional drift because you can pop the flash, come out, and get a free kill. Now, definitely the players are going to expect it, the pre-fires are going to come in, but will we see something combined? Will we see something mixed with the teams or not? Because especially on the map of Bind previously, Yoru was not that particularly picked, but for some teams, it played a huge role while making sound for those teleport plays. So that is something now can be done better with the new Euro, is what I think. So let's see if we do have a map of bind. If we come to that, if we do have a map of bind, and if we see Team 369 picking up a Euro.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have the map of Bind, it is going to be insane because Yori is really great on that particular map. I mean, it's great on every other map as well, but Bind is just on another level due to due to the
Yes.
fact that it has those teleporters. But yes, it is going to be a BO3. Let's just hope Bind is not banned. But at the same time, what other agent combos that you want to see after the update here? Because there's one thing that I want to see is a new Astra's Gravity Well. Right, I'm not really sure how exactly and what exactly the update is. I've been reading the patch notes and trying to
Hmm.
understand it, but that gravity well still kind of seems to amuse me or kind of confuse me if you ask me. But I think it's still really good. And also the fake out flash. I mean, I'm sorry, we're going back to Yoru here again. But that fake out flash, it's kind of easy to dodge, let me tell you that. And it's kind of easy to fake the fake out as well, right?
Yes.
You can just send the original Yoru like a fake out. Just keep running straight. It's
Many
gonna be interesting to
possibilities.
see. Yeah, I mean, possibilities are there, but I'm pretty sure these teams, they know exactly what they're facing. And as we see, Bind is banned. Sorry, Bind is banned. Yep, and we have the map veto here, Fritz. Why don't you take us through that?
The maps are as follows. I mean, T69 banning Fracture is cool, but Exceeli coming in with a ban of a Bind. Now, Bind is a map that T69 loves to play. T69, they just hugely love to play, and Exceeli coming in with a ban, so it is definitely going to affect this team T69 a bit. T69 going with the Sen, they're pretty comfortable on that. Exceeli with that Haven pick. Now we all know Exceeli, their attack is flawless on this particular map. Defense is where they face difficulties. So have a team Exceeli worked in the past tournaments because we have seen them struggling a bit while defending on this particular map. So have the side of Exceeli, prepared for this particular team is something we will have to see in the second game. And if it all comes down to the third and the final map, it is going to be a map of split where we still might see some raise plays coming into the game edge.
Yep, I mean, Raze is going to be interesting as well. And once again, Bind Band, kind of disappointed, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to that final map. If it goes the distance, decided split, T69 will be on the defensive half. And it's going to be interesting to see. And once again, Yoru can be picked in all of the three maps, right? Ascent,
Yes.
Haven as well, because it's a really big map. The fake outs and the teleporters can be used, the gate crash that is. And split, oh my god, I cannot tell you how many possibilities there are on the map of split. The ramp sound, the ramp queues, and the way towards the B entrance, you can just fake it out completely. So that is one thing. I mean, I think we're just talking a bit too much about Euro now. Let's just focus on the players as well. Some big names on both Exceeli and T69 there, Fritz.
Oh yes, definitely Team Exceeli. Even after the official tournament, their hopes must be definitely high because they performed flawlessly. Although they were not able to qualify for the grand finals, but still they performed quite brilliantly and they have adapted so very much. So Exceeli, they should be all booming with confidence. And let's see how do they perform in the very first game. T69 not being able to make themselves into the playoffs as well. Somewhere in their mind, it would be like, yeah, we are lacking a bit behind. We need to catch up, and let's see if they're able to do it in the Grand Slam or not. The very first game, it is going to be super important for both of the teams because they'll love to make sure that they're not the ones being sent into the lower brackets in the very first game.
I mean, obviously, no one wants to be sent down to the lower bracket. You want to stay there in the winner's bracket, make your easy
Oh
way to the
yes.
finals, and then make it into the phase two. And then, I mean, it's going to be interesting. The phase two is going to be lit for sure. But let's see. I mean, only two teams out of these eight will be moving on forward. But once again, before we head on to the match, Fritz, let's go ahead with a little, the caster's prediction. I think
Okay.
T69 has this in the bag 2-1, to be honest.
Then I'll definitely have to go with Team Exili, and this time I'll go for a 2-0
Ooh.
prediction because what I think the map of Ascent is going to be the decider. Although it's the very first game, but I
Mm-hmm.
still think it is going to be the decider because Haven is a map that Exili knows in and out. You can come against Exili, you can surprise them quite a few times, but this team knows how to adapt on this map. This map is like their bread and butter. They have giants like Velocity and Global Esports have struggled against Exceeli on this particular map. So I think that team Exceeli, they have got that map of Haven in their bag. If Ascent is won by Team T69, we might see a BO3 series going to the third game. Otherwise, I think Exceeli, they're going to win it 2-0.
Okay, well, there you go, fellas. I'm rooting for T69 for now. I mean, not biased, just rooting, just as a friendly matter. And then
Yes,
there's Fritz going for Exceeli esports. Let's see who comes out on
exactly.
top. But whoever comes out on top, the losers, they're not going out. They're not going home just yet. That they will have
They'll get
another
another shot.
shot. But if
Yes.
you lose in that loser bracket, in the lower bracket, then you're definitely going home. I mean, yes, you still get a piece of the prize pool, but I'm pretty sure that is not the piece they were looking for, right? Everyone is looking for that big chunk. Actually, yeah, I mean, if you consider the fact that they're going into the phase two, it is still a bigger chunk.
Yes.
So everyone wants that big piece. And the thing is, these teams, as you said, Fritz, they did not have a lot of time to take a look into the patch notes. Yes, they did take a look into
Yes.
the patches, but they didn't have a lot of time to work with the new agents. I mean, the new agent changes, right? The Brim, the Brimstone, the Omen, the Viper, the Astra. I believe even, I mean, Yuri is completely reworked. Maybe a couple of changes, minor changes for Cypher, or maybe just the bugs, I believe. I don't think
They were
he
just
has
the
any
bugs.
changes. They were just the bugs. So
Yeah.
I mean, they are still. I'm pretty sure everyone still wanted to play Cypher just to check out the bugs, right? Everyone does that. So that is gonna be something to look out for. But still, here's the thing. There's another agent we are completely ignoring. The addition of Neon.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it has completely changed the pace of the game. I mean, we thought Jet was fast, and then we have Jet's, I don't know, rival twin sister or something like that.
Definitely,
Because Neon
and
is super
Neon,
fast.
yeah, she is super fast and helping in rotations, specifically on the map of Haven. See, Exili, again and again, I'm saying on Haven, they have a bit of problem defending. Neon can rotate super fast and even recharge a fuel and get back to another side in like what, 10, less than 10 seconds. So that is the power that this particular agent might bring if picked on the map of Haven. But then again, you'll need to see if Exili are comfortable playing it in another spot because they have a very, very fixed lineup that they play on Haven. Will Neon fit out the perspective? Because, okay, you have a Jet. Sammy tries to play Jet. He goes with that operator, takes a shot, comes back. But will he be comfortable on Neon doing the same thing? Because Neon, you need to be super aggressive, you need to be super fast, because you have those concussions as well. You can place them perfectly, but sometimes they just bounce in weird directions, and I don't know if the side of Team Exceeli would be very comfortable or not. For the side of Team T69, I wouldn't be surprised even if I see it in the very first game of ASIN. Because ASIN in itself, while attacking, seems to be a huge map. There are multiple area, multiple angles of control that you need to check before trying to enter into the site. So that is something where Neon comes in handy. Those concussions, the double concussion that you have, throw it on the corners, check the corner, swing the corners with the full force, then have your initiator setting you up from the behind to get into the main side or whatever your strategy be. But Neon definitely will help a lot on these two maps specifically, is what I feel like.
Yes, and one more thing I want to add is that new buff to the Brimstone Stim Beacon. It
Yes.
adds up, it gives you
Yes.
speed boost, basically. I mean, to other agents, it makes sense. Imagine adding the speed boost to an already speed boosted agent, Neon. Right? He's not gonna
Crazy.
be. It's not gonna be easy to catch him because he's already running fast. Yes, he's not gonna have his gun out, which is the only benefit and the only disadvantage for the side of Neon, right? But he's still gonna be running super fast. If you want to cross a corner or maybe cross mid on the map of Ascent, you just throw a stim beacon and you. I mean, the Neon can just keep running. There's no way anyone can land that shot unless they're just too good with the aim at that point. But I'm pretty sure everyone else will get that speed boost as well, right? So
Yes, 15%.
that's Steam Beacon. I'm pretty sure Brim is gonna be the go-to agent right now. I mean, instead of the Astra or the Omen, I guess.
Oh, it definitely should be, according to me. Specifically on the first map that we're going to see this, if I'm not wrong, it's going to be Ascent. Now,
Yes.
the Ascent Brimstone was not utilized. The number one thing was that the smokes were a bit small.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
when you try to, go for that mid B smoke, it messed up your whole rotation. It messed up everything because the people from market can still see you and they can still shoot above the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
But now the size being increased, having that stim beacon boost your speed as well. This will definitely, get Brim in a state where we might see Brimstone being picked by each and every team. I wouldn't be surprised even if I see Omen, because now you can sit on a part of map, you can just cast your dark cover and it is going to go very fast and bloom exactly when you want it to, rather than before the speed being very slow, Omen was not being utilized. So
Yes.
these are some of the things, and even the shrouded step getting a bit of a buff. I must say, the gun equip time is also now reduced. So these are some of the things that definitely will compete. Astra, it got a huge. Now we've been talking about it all day. A star being reduced. I think so. It just might be the biggest upset that all the Astra players might have.
Yeah.
Cooldowns, they can deal with that particularly for themselves. But a star being reduced, that is something. It is going to hurt a lot of controllers in the game.
That is true. I mean, Astra players they were just spamming stars at a point. Now
Yes.
they got and also the cooldown being increased, which means they kind of have to make a good decision this time instead of just spamming
Yes.
the stars. They kind of have to be really good and they have to be like if I use this, that's where it's gonna go. They cannot retrieve it and go back for the retake anymore because that's 25 seconds or 20 seconds if I'm not wrong
Yes.
for the cooldown to reset
25.
and that I mean 25 seconds out of 40 45 for the spike diffuse that takes away more than half to be honest
Exactly.
of the diffuse time. So they have to be precise and they have to be on point to be an Astra, but that is why I think Brim, because even the smokes as you said are larger but at the same time they're kind of quick now. They deploy in the blink of an eye.
Yes.
I mean
In
I
one
was
second.
playing exactly I was playing the other day. I'm like okay it's Brim smoke, it's gonna come in slow, and I was like oh wait it's already deployed. And also the stim is absolutely beautiful, and I'm not really sure what exactly the ultimate does or the new buff is, but I think you cannot see in the ultimate anymore, right? Because last time you could see through the ultimate, but this time I think the vision is completely blocked. So I'm not really sure what exactly that does, but it is what it is.
Oh, I mean, Brimstone again, the Molly lineups and the ultimate combination, it gives you huge time in post-land scenarios. It is something that teams would definitely consider while going into the first game. So let's see. Let's again have a look at the prize pool as well till the teams get ready. Let's see what they're fighting for. So in the phase one, we are in the phase one, guys, right now. So we have 8 teams, and all of them have been confirmed about $400. But now to move forward, the third and fourth place team, they are going to get a good chunk of $700 in their favor. But then again, as I said previously, the main motive for all of these phase one teams should be to advance to the phase two, where you will face giants like Velocity and Global Esports.
Yes, that is right indeed. And also, I mean, it's not just about the prize pool, right? It's also about the bragging rights to advance to the phase two.
Oh
And
yes.
yes, I mean, you're already in a really good situation if you're in the top eight. Yes, but if you advance into the phase two, that is when you actually get the point where you're the top four teams right now. Yes, I mean the two teams are already there, Global and Velocity, as we were talking about them. But then the two teams from these eight teams will be making it into phase two, and everyone else, well, kinda. I mean, they still get a piece of the prize pool, which is something. At least they're not gonna go empty-handed. But everyone wants to advance into phase two. So I mean, it's gonna be hard as well. It's gonna be sad to see six of these teams go home because all these teams are really, really good. Enigma, T69, Exceeli. We have God Particles who have been completely,
Oh yes.
dominating the scene, beating
Yes.
global esports. I
That
mean,
was crazy.
that was unexpected. Let me tell you that I did not see that one coming. Yes, I mean, I do know that they have a lot of potential on them, but at the same time, that was something just. I mean, it was like beyond infinity.
Exactly, exactly. And the game, I was watching the game Edge, and I was like completely dumbstruck the way that they were playing Team God Particles. It is again, it is one of those upsets that Global Esports never expected, and they were ready for it the second time. But still,
Yes.
getting them at the first time, catching them off guard is something God Particles did. They were very, very brilliant at that. So let's see if they're able to repeat things like that in the Grand Slam. First of all, in phase one, advance to phase two, and then again meet their rivals over there or not. Yes, Scott Particles is definitely going to be a team to watch out for in phase one. Enigma, I think that they are also in for some surprises. Would love to see them play against different teams. The first game again, the team winning will advance to the next round. The team losing will still have another chance to get themselves back into the game because of the lower bracket. So let's see how does the first game goes. Me and Edge, both of us have given up predictions. Team T69 is what Edge is going with. Me, I'm going with Team Exceeli for the 2-0 scoreline. So let's see if that does happen or not.
Yes, I mean, we gotta still wait a couple more minutes for the game to
Yes.
go live. We're still waiting for the players to jump into the server. They have, I believe, we want to make sure they have no technical difficulties whatsoever. But at the same time, as long as we're talking about Enigma there, I mean, we all thought, I mean, when the addition of Antidote happened, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a great team. Yes, it was great. But then, with the addition of Exceeli, everything, I mean, everything went
Yes.
ham. But at the same time, I gotta admit, Vibe as the coach, I did not
Has
see
made
that
a
one
lot of
coming as
impact.
well, and it did have a lot of impact. Impact. I mean, the official tournament completely going in their favor.
Yes.
I gotta give credits to YB, right? Because
Oh, definitely.
I mean, yes, the players are really great, but there's a mastermind behind him. The cool guy, the cool as a cucumber YB. I mean, yes, he calls the timeouts pretty late, as a lot of us can say, but at the same time,
Yes.
he does. I don't know what he talks, what he says, what he does in that timeout, but whatever he does, it seems to work out because I've seen a lot of comebacks happen after that particular timeout.
Oh yes, Team Enigma, they have performed pretty brilliantly under YB. And if you talk about I'm so sorry, Excali joining Team Enigma, it was a late addition. I thought that Enigma might not have enough time to prepare for this particular situation with Excali in the team. Synergies might be off, but they surprisingly performed pretty damn well, winning the first qualifier as well. So that is something I was not expecting at all, but it did happen. And as you said, YB being the coach, not sure completely why he calls those timeouts so late, but they have been working so far so good. And let's see some late timeouts in Grand Slam from this particular coach when Team Enigma plays out, and if they're in difficulties. But for now, yes, some more minutes to the game, and game number one is just going to be underway. Edge.
Yep, it is. And talking about other teams as well, I mean, there's T69, there's God Particle. We were talking about Shivi being the shot. I mean, I think he's the IGL, right, Shivi? So he calls the shots as well. And Scargod, I mean, look at his journey. It's been absolutely great. He was a pub star, but then he is now, I mean, undoubtedly one of the best teams in India, right? I mean, God Particles. Yes, he was in other teams as well, but this team has just shined throughout. Since the beginning, it was absolutely great. But talking about more about God Particles, what are your thoughts on this particular team moving into this Grand Slam here?
Oh, Grand Slam, this definitely, specifically in phase one, the teams will have to watch out for Team God Particles. You cannot take them lightly. Be it Exceeli, be it Team Enigma, be it Team T69. Whoever faces them needs to be prepared for some out of these world plays. You cannot expect a thing, and Team God Particle will present it in forward. So you'll have to be ready for each and everything. God Particles, they can come in specifically on the map of Haven, is what I feel
Mhm.
like. They are very, very strong. Their attack is very, very strong, as you said. Shivi sets up side basically, not even just a single angle, but he sets up side from behind so brilliantly that their duelists just have to go and kill. They don't have to check each and every corner because Shivi will make sure that all of those things are clear, and their duelists just have to go and do their work, just get the frags right in front of them, and that's it. So God Particles, you need to be wary of their attack. Defense is something I think they can definitely work on. But let's see after the official tournament, how do they perform
Mhm.
in the next Grand Slam?
And other teams as well. I mean, August 5 Team Snakes, I'm not really sure who the players are to be exact.
Mhm.
Do you have any idea on that?
No,
Like Team
I'll
Snakes?
have to see it as well. Oculus
Exactly. I
5,
mean,
a
I'm,
team,
so, I'm
not
sorry,
completely sure.
Oculus 5 and Team Snakes. I mean, I'm sure, but we're just not exactly sure who the
Yes.
players are right now. But Truerippers, once again, another
Oh,
team. I
definitely.
mean, as soon as I hear the word Truerippers, the first name that pops off in everyone's mind is obviously Paradox, right? He is the star of the
Exactly.
team. But at the same time, One Tap God, Master, they all are absolutely insane. They are mechanically great, greatly skilled as well. But here's the thing. Paradox is always the star of the show. But when, I mean, if indeed, if he fails, to show up
Yeah.
as we expect him, as much as we expect him to, there's always Master and One Type God supporting him. It's not. It is sometimes a one-sided, like one man show, but at times that team can perform so great that, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, I'm pretty sure in the future, or maybe in this particular tournament as well, they might take down teams like, Global and Velocity as well.
Oh, they definitely can, because you talked about it. If Paradox does not perform, there is support coming in from One Tap God and Master. So Truerippers is not like a team that is based on a single person. They know how to step up their game. They know how to pick up the pieces and get back into a particular engagement. So yes, Truerippers, if they advance to phase two, again a dangerous team to play against, because you never know. Especially I still remember a map in Split that they had in the very early days against Global Esports, where they just, although Global Esports won. Let me give you a spoiler because of that particular thing. It was Sky Esports. Not completely sure about the tournament's name, but it was a tournament from Sky Esports. And Truerippers, after they found out that they're not able to give anything in the mid area of Split region, they came out with judges. And
Oh,
believe me when I say there were 5 judges on the ground from Team Truerippers, and they were able to just destroy Team Global Esports for a couple of rounds. Although definitely Global Esports adapted, but this is the kind of thing we never expect judges being utilized in such a heavy number in competitive play. But Truerippers, if the job can be done, they're up for it. They're definitely up for it, and the weapon, the choice of weapon, it won't matter to them even in the slightest bit. So yes, Truerippers, you need to be careful against while playing against them. And again, a phase one team to definitely watch out for.
that is true. But I mean, here's the thing, guys. We're gonna go ahead with one BO3 per day. So,
Yes.
just to make sure that the teams are, fairly rested, and at the same time they get enough time to, reanalyze their strats. If something goes
Mhm.
wrong, if something goes right, they can decide if they want to go in with the same thing or if they want to change things up. So, we are gonna be going in with Exceeli and T69 today, and tomorrow we'll have other two teams. I believe it's August 5 and Enigma tomorrow coming in, or I think it's Truerippers, or I mean
We'll
something.
have to see. We'll have to
Yeah,
see.
we
Yes.
just have to confirm. So I'm not gonna be giving it, but it is gonna be one of these matches. One of these teams will be showing up for sure, and and then after we're done with the entire winners bracket, we'll be moving down to the loser bracket, and then once again, I mean it goes. I mean it keeps switching up. It's alternate. It's then winners again, losers again, winners and losers. So I mean until we're in the grand finals, and then I believe it's gonna be a BO5, the grand finals, and after that, I mean, obviously, the two teams that are in the grand finals will be advancing, right, to the phase
To the
two,
phase two.
and then I
Yes.
believe it's gonna be all BO3s or BO5s for sure.
The grand finals for now is going to be a BO5. Phase two,
Hmm.
we still don't have a lot of information, but the grand finals for phase one is going to be a BO5. I would love to see which of the teams, do qualify for the grand finals, because that is something I think we might see Team Enigma up there. and one of the teams out of Exceeli, Truerippers, or Team God Particles. This is what I feel. Not saying that the other teams cannot make it. The road is going to be different. The road is going to be difficult. But I would love to see which team, if they come out into the grand final, surprise us. But for now, I think these four teams are definitely going to be in contention at the top of my table, at the top of my list. Let's see if some changes do happen in the due course of time. But right now, yes, Exceeli, Truerippers, the first game of Ascent. Ascent also has had a few changes. Not completely sure. Did read the patch notes, but still forgot. Cannot blame me. There are so many things in the patch note that are more important than the little changes that has happened to Ascent. But yes, there have been a few changes to Ascent as well. We'll jump into the game and see the changes. But before that, agent select is something. Agent composition on this particular map of Ascent Edge. That is something we'll definitely look. We'll definitely have to have an eye on.
I mean, that is for sure. I mean, once again, talking about the agent comp, this is the hometown of Sova,
Oh
right?
yes,
Classic map of Valorant.
and
Yes, I
the
hate the
Odin.
map. I mean, yes, once again, I hate the map though, for my personal reasons, but it is the
Okay.
classic map of Valorant. Everyone has played this map at least couple of 100 times. I was about to say 1,000, but maybe a couple of 100 times at least. Right,
Definitely for sure.
and you're right. Sova with that Odin is unbeatable, and I mean, at least he's gonna damage someone, right? If not get a kill, he is gonna deal a lot of damage through that wall towards B. At least once in the first half. At least once. Yes, maybe not every time, but he is gonna deal a lot of damage. Maybe even get an ace. I've seen a lot of players do that. And also, there are like I believe there are like 37 to 38 lineups for Sova itself. But at the same time, I
Okay.
want to see a Viper being picked. I want to see
Oh,
how
on the
the
map of
Viper
Ascent.
on the map of Ascent exactly, because
Okay.
Viper does have some incredible lineups. Right. I mean, yes, we didn't see a lot of pro players pick it, but in pubs and customs as well, I've seen players pick it, and there were some incredible lineups. So I want to see if any of these pro players, I mean, maybe, I mean, obviously they will be better at it than all the pub players. So I want to see maybe some of the pro players are better. You never know. But here's the thing, I want to see these pro players so you can learn stuff, right? You want
Okay.
to learn new things. I've learned a lot from right ways with his Sova, and also Sai used to pick KO on the map of Ascent as well.
Yes.
I mean, on the map of Split, yes, he obviously does that, but picking up that KO on the map of Ascent is I've seen him do that a couple of times. So that is going to be interesting to see any weird picks coming in. As I said, as we were talking about Neon, it might be it is a possibility, but at the same time, Yoru. I mean, since it's been reworked, there is
Yes.
high probability that it might be picked, but at the same time, we never really know because we don't. I mean, the players didn't get a lot of time to work with the agent after the rework, right? So they're not going to be taking chances. Yes, it is a BO3, so maybe if they have one game in the bag, they can go ahead with the
Exactly.
Yoru pick in the second one. But if you, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do it in the deciders match if it goes the distance because if they lose that, they'll be in the loser bracket.
Yes. Exactly. So yeah, let's see. Let's see. You talked about Viper because there have been some couple of EMEA teams that have been using Viper in the map of Ascent. Although it's to a very specific purpose of getting A side under control. They always go for the default wall. They'll put the orb on the top of the triple boxes and then try to enter. It's for a very specific purpose because Viper as a controller on Ascent, I think is a bit lousy. Because see, now you have Brimstone, you have Omen. If like you plan that you're going to execute A, there have to be 2 points of entries. You need to get control of shot. You need to get control of the main region. But when you have a Viper, that is something you cannot do. You cannot push in from two different directions because then you'll have to commit your wall as well as your smoke in a particular area. Because just a single Viper wall on the mid region is not going to be enough to stop multiple peaks from different
True.
angles. Having a controller, having a different like Brimstone or an Omen, you can smoke the mid area till the time you reach a shot. You'll have another smoke to recycle to put it on heaven or to put it for the crossing, whatever, whichever situation suits you. So this is something I feel like Viper gets a bit behind in these kind of situations. But if you use it for a very specific purpose, that can be done by the side of team Exceeli while they attack. For a very specific purpose, if they're facing some difficulties while entering the A side, while entering the B side, so this controller initially goes and gets into the role of an initiator. So that is something we'll have to see. We see a Vipers pick or not. But let's head on to the agent selections and let's see which agents have the teams chosen to get on with the game.
Yes, and there we have the agent selection here. The map's gonna be Ascent, and on the side of Exceeli on the defensive half, starting off, Sky on Fancy 9. Kira has picked up the Chamber as the Sentinel. Sami, once again, as we all expected, the Jet is out. Zolo Crazy has picked up that Omen. Doomsday will be picking up that Sova. And on the side of T69, we have Rafa on Sova. Friction on KJ. Eva has picked up Raze. Strix on that Jet. Would love to watch him on Jet. And at the same time, Binks has picked up that Brim. So we see Binks going towards that Brim, but Zolo still sticking to that Omen.
Rather than Zolo, I'm surprised about Binks using a brimstone. That is something I would like to see. How does Binks come out of this situation using a brimstone? But on the side of Exceeli, as you said, Fancy, Kiro, Sammy, Zolo, Crazy, Doomsday, they have gone with their default picks. Chamber, yes, for Kiro, he has been playing Chamber for some time. Would like to see how does this particular agent perform on the map of Ascent. Because yes, being used as a sentinel, you're removing the very, very trustable Killjoy. And Killjoy, in my opinion, is an agent that you should definitely have on the map of Ascent. So let's see how do these things pan out for the side of Team Exceeli. But the agents are right in front of us. Let's see which of the teams is going to come out on the top of in the map of Ascent.
Yes, but taking a look at the agents itself, what do you think the scoreline's gonna be here, Fritz? Because I'm gonna go ahead.
That's a difficult one.
I know. I mean, who says it's gonna be easy? Come on. I mean, okay, I'm gonna go first just for this. Since there's a Brim and a KJ along with Soba and Raze, I'm gonna be sticking with T69 taking this one home, 13-8.
13-8. Okay,
Yes.
okay. I'm not sure what the math was behind that answer of yours there. But T69, yes, attacking. Okay, I'll give you conditions, Edge. If Team T69, they have a lead in the attackers' half, then they should win it, but not by a huge margin, but like 12, 10, 12.
Okay.
At least till there. But if Team T69, they are a bit behind, if they don't have the lead, even if the score is 7-5 in the favor of Team Exceeli, Exceeli is going to take it home. Exceeli is definitely going to take it home by, say, what, like 12-8, 12-9? So that is what I think in this particular game. I won't give you a direct answer because I'll still have to see the very first half of the game. But yes, I feel like Exceeli, if they have the lead, they'll definitely go ham in their attackers' half.
Yes, since they're on the defensive half, that is why I was like, maybe 369 can bring it home. They need to have a really good attacking half. Maybe 8-4. If it goes 8-4, I think 369 have a really good chance. But at the same time, you never really know, right? I mean, anything can happen. But just because of that new buff coming in onto Brim, and at the same time, I mean, Omen did have a couple of changes as well. The Paranoia and the Shouter Step, as we were talking about, and the Smokes as well, being a bit faster, I guess.
Oh, the smokes are hugely 3 times the speed almost 3 times the speed that it used to be previously. So that definitely Zolo Crazy is going to be a very important part. And right off the edge, you can see that right of the edge, you can see that the Astra has already been picked off by both of the teams. They knew the importance of those stars. I think the number count that has reduced is the major factor of both of the teams not picking the Astra. So that is something I would like to see because I'm so obsessed with those gravity well and those concussions when you have a 5-man eco rush coming in and then the eco frags do pour in from a single player. That is something I hugely crave for, but that is not going to happen in this particular game because now we have a completely different set of agents being picked out by both of the teams.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe that 1 star. I mean, if you just ignore that 1 star, instead of the 1 star, you can get the flash and the Shouter Step from Omen. And at the same time, Brim does give you that Steam Beacon and the Molotov. And also, his ultimate is just too good to defend. But at the same time, there's no one, I mean, apart from Sova that can actually break the KJ's ult. But you know what? Let's just jump into the game because here we go. It is up and running, the pistol round.
Team T69 making a lot of sound on B, but Kiro, he was completely ready for that particular peak, and he has been able to take down the first player. Binks, although shutting Exceeli down, making the numbers equal, and there comes a mid split from towards the A side. Sammy, good for 1, tries to fall back, but Strix is present from A main, gets a pick for himself, and Team Exceeli now are going in a post-plan scenario.
Spike planted.
Already a 3 versus 3 retake situation here. Jet's kind of low, so it is possible But at the same time, let's just wait and watch. Strix will take down Kiro though. He's gonna get taken out. So the 2 versus 2, both KJ and Sova, one under hell, and he will be getting one. Exceeli in deep trouble now. He will be taking him down. T69 starting things off really well. 2 players still alive, and Friction, well, that KJ, I don't know where exactly the swarm grenades were, but that was an easy round for them. Exceeli, they did get those first 3 frags really quick, but at the same time, those players peeking one by one, that was kinda questionable. This one.
Oh yes, they just suddenly dropped from heaven and were just in a crossfire basically between the Sova and the KJ. But still, I would like to see Team T69 do it once again, because if you talk about it, as they faked towards the B side and then rotated towards this A side, and this is something I really like about Team T69. But Exceeli, they have managed to slip one of their players outside the smoke, and Fancy missing the couple shots, and that is when he gets punished by Strix. Strix gets the opener and he wants some more. Binks on the other hand takes down Zolo Crazy. Strix is gonna find 2 players in the smoke, sprays the first one down, and with the help of his raise, gets another one for himself.
Oh boy, that was kind of weird. I think Strix got the second one as well, but I think he just, he dealt a lot of damage and he let them go. But Sami now, he has a classic in his hand. He's trying to get just maybe a couple of exits here and there. And is anyone going to go towards that mid lane? Yep, there is going to be one. Sami gets a beautiful headshot onto Binks. And, I mean, this round is still going to go into the favor of T69 for sure. And there you go, Emo. Just running and gunning the Spectre there casually. We'll take him down 2-0. T69 starting things off really strong.
T69 off with a banger of a couple of rounds. So now the main round, in my opinion, comes in, because now Exceeli is gonna have their guns blazing, and Team T69, they'll have to play with the weapons that they had purchased in the previous round, being Spectres. So let's see how does the next particular round pan out, because the Spectres is something I would love to see.
Yes, and this full buy round, this is gonna be interesting to look at. Oh, drone instantly. Ping one of them instantly, cancelling the drone. Strix once again entering into the side. Look at Binks, he's up close, he's flash, he gets 1, he gets 2. Zolo, beautiful play from him, but Strix will take him down with the Spectre. Nevertheless, it's going to be a 3 versus 4 situation right now. The spike is not planted yet. It's going to be a default plan, if I'm not wrong, coming in from Rafa. But he's just waiting still. 1 minute on the clock, and everyone have already rotated. Everyone has rotated already. It's gonna be interesting. Doomsday will make sure Rafa doesn't plan. Fancy gets another one, while Kiro takes down the final player. That is Friction. Beautiful round. Yes, it is a bonus for the side of T69, but only 1 casualty on the side of Exceeli.
Use their weapons advantage perfectly is what I feel as in the previous round. They just use their weapons advantage to the best possible extent that they could have. Early 2 frags for the side of Team Exceeli, and then making sure that you don't come in from short, because those Spectres can be deadly in close range. They choose to come in through heaven, and they swing together, more importantly. So multiple targets for the side of Team T69, a bit difficult to get some picks for yourself. Again, Exceeli, first round on the board. But let's see what is the response coming in from the side of Team T69.
Yes. 2-1, and it's going to be a full buy round coming in from... Oh, wait a second. Why does Bink still have a Spectre? Not really sure about that paranoia. Beautiful play. Strix. Oh, no. He gets one. It's going to get taken down by Doomsday. Oh, that's really unfortunate coming in from him. But nevertheless, the door is going to be broken by Sami. Emo gets a lot of information there. Will be spraying through the wood and... through the wood there, and will be dealing a bit of damage. But look at this. This is going to be crucial. Sami gets a kill. Rafa, he misses. Unfortunately, it's going to be Doomsday getting a kill into Binks, while Emo takes down Doomsday. Fair trade. A 3 versus 2 situation. You got to take down the Jet, but it's going to be Kiro taking down Emo. And that Jet is flash, but doesn't really matter, because it's going to be Kiro taking down Rafa once again. Exceeli. Brilliant retake of the side. Yes, the spike was not planted, but still, that positioning and Sami being really confident with that operator up close is absolutely beautiful to watch.
Hey, this is the first person getting the one in back. Friction was like we would have been very very angry with that because Sova was right in front of him and the trade was not possible due to some reason. But still, a good round for Team Exceeli once again. They intentionally, I think so, is that they're giving up the site, but they're not letting their opponents plant. As soon as they hear the tick, they start shooting, they start getting shots, they start getting frags. That is something Team T69 they'll have to deal with. Couple of rounds and starting for T69, but now have been forced onto an eco.
Yep, they're forced to an eco, which is really unfortunate. But at the same time, Exceeli on the defensive half as well, putting up a really great show. Sami instantly picks up that operator in the the fourth round itself, and he is completely dominating already. Right, 3-2, yes, but the way that he was using that operator and the confidence that I see in him while he was moving around with the operator is absolutely beautiful to watch. So let's just wait and see if the side of T69 can make some changes here because they need it pretty quickly. They need to get themselves a couple more rounds, at least 5 to 6 rounds on the attacking half, because Ascent, although yes, the attacking is gonna be easy if you ask me, is kind of defensive favored map is what I feel like.
The feeling's mutual. Ascent is a very, very defenders oriented map, in my opinion, as well. So Exceeli, they might have an advantage because of that, but the way that the first two rounds were played by the side of Team T69, it was great to see the aggression that they had. But the previous two rounds, I guess the weapon advantage is what Team Exceeli thrived on. Let's see. For now, it is going to be an eco round. Although Strix does have that Blade Storm, we'll have to watch that ultimate out as well. Let's see if he pops it out in this particular round or not. And even Emo, Binks, both of these players are just one away from their respective ultimates. Let's see. How do these players, decide to go with these ultimates and then try to play the round? Instead, they are going for a mid take with those sheriffs.
Yes, they're going for that mid, and the timer's back. T69, they do have the Blade Storm being popped on Strix. He's just waiting towards this shot area. Oh, beautiful updraft. Gets a beautiful shot on the Zola. Pops his head off. Now Jet's the only player in towards A. He will get that kill as well. Sami, completely caught off guard, will be going down. The spike is going to be planted. Finally, a 3 versus 5 retake here, Fritz.
Oh, the shots were crazy. But the job is still not done. Kiro, again, Strix coming in with third frag. This guy has turned whole round on its head by his own self. Rafa, he gets another one. The final person will be taken by Strix. And what a beautiful round coming in. Strix with the 4K, the Blaze Storm Jet, wrecks havoc.
Damn, I mean, Strix, yes, I follow Strix a lot. He is absolutely a monster on that Jet, and it is great to see. Yes, we were talking about Sami popping off with that operator. Guess what? Strix already 10 frags in 5 rounds. That is insane coming in from him, especially on. And here's the thing, T69, they lose both the buy rounds, and they go ahead and get themselves a victory on the eco one, pushing Exceeli down to an eco, while Sky can, he bought himself a Phantom, yes, because he can still afford to get himself a full buy next one, and Kira also has popped off his ultimate.
This again, Exceeli, they are trying to get back into this particular round. Sami also getting his ultimate back online and even utilizing it in this particular round. Let's see how does Team T69 go with this particular round. Rafa, a bit paranoid, using the drone just to clear a lobby. Now, you'll have a recon in the next 15 or so seconds, I guess. Oh, there's just 9 seconds now. So you can try and go for that A execute, which I think the side of Team T69 is looking for by their positioning. But let's see how do they go about it. Still a minute on the clock, so they definitely have a time to work with. But let's see how do they perform.
45 seconds, and T69 and Exceeli, no casualties, no action whatsoever. They're taking it slow this time. Binks finally gets himself a Vandal this time. And Strix is the guy that I'm looking forward to. He knows that, they know that KJ is towards B. And Sami this time pops ahead of Strix, getting that revenge. But Rafa will get that trade. And Kiro is the one that has to, you know, get himself a couple of kills here, and I think this is gonna be an easy one onto Friction. Yep, that was pretty basic, but Emo gets a trade there on the Zolo. Crazy. I don't know why Friction didn't wait for the smoke to come in. That was really kind of weird to watch, but the spike is now making its way into the side. While Fancy, he peeks, he gets taken down by Rafa. Rafa gets himself a triple. Can he get himself a quad? Is the question. It's gonna be Emo taking down Doomsday. Fourth round on the board with the side of T69. Yes, they did get themselves a couple of kills, but that's it. I mean, I still think Friction should have waited there, but maybe if Kiro made his way into the side, things would have been much more interesting.
Again, Kiro, he tried his level best. The two they forced definitely got a pick, but I guess a bit of miscommunication coming in edge. Because the white peak was there instantly from Kiro from CT. Rafa gets a pick, and Kiro is not even looking at that angle. So I guess Fancy not calling the perfect position, or he might have thought that Rafa went back further deep into the side, but that was not the case. Rafa goes for the second pick, and then and there secure the round for Team T69. Kiro, a bit aggressive, needs to get back using his rendezvous. Let's see how do they particularly play this round. Fancy right on our screens, and Fancy right now, he is stuck into the backside. There are two players heading towards this particular player, but no one checks him. No one checks him. Fancy, good for one, looking for the second one, might just line up the third as well, but he gets taken down instead. Not even the second for this particular player. The KJ from Team T69 gets the job done. Now in a 1v2 is going to be Doomsday, but the HP is very low for the Sova of Team T69. Let's see how does this thing go. Friction needs to be damn careful about these shock darts, and let's see if the shock darts they get in.
Oh, and that Hunter's Fury. This is gonna be.
Come in.
He didn't get him. I think he hit him once, right? And that's it. And now Rafa, he doesn't know where Rafa is. Doomsday. Oh no. He's gonna walk straight into his crosshair. Or is he? He does. Oh. Rafa, pretty easy one right there. 2-5. And T69. I mean, you can see the look in the eyes there. I mean, is it Doomsday? Yeah, he's kind of disappointed. He's really, really disappointed there. But at the same time, Rafa, being as calm as a Kumba once again, will take him down. This beautiful play coming in from Mimo. He was super confident, along with the showstopper there going in towards CT. He was like, you know, I'll get one at least. But this ultimate should have... I think he tagged Rafa there, right? Or am I?
Yes. No, it definitely tagged Rafa, because yes, the HP bar is super low for Rafa. And not checking the angle. I mean, the Hunter's Fury did clear backside completely. So not swinging that angle was a bit surprising for me. But anyway, again, another round starts. And this one is a very aggressive one coming in from Exceeli. They get a double. Rafa gets the treat. But again, look at the HP for Binks right now in this particular round. 31 HP is all he's left with. Friction still holding the flank. This is going to be very difficult, although Friction catches Savvy, but still Binks being very low on HP and Exceeli having 3 healthy members, this round can still go into anyone's favor edge.
Yes, it pretty much can. And right now, this is doable for the side of Exceeli esports, because Brim is also low, and they do have a couple of weapons that they can retrieve. And look at the positioning coming in as well from everyone. And I think it's going to be the lockdown being initiated. But Zolo, he's ready for this. He will get that kill. And he will also destroy the lockdown, which means they now know that it was an A fake. And everyone's going to be holding towards that B. While Binks is also low. He only needs, I think, one shot with the Sheriff. He's going to get taken down. But now the rotation is happening coming in from T69 towards that A side. The Hunter's Fury is available along with Brim's ult. But oh no. Yep, that's it. This round is done. If you ask me, Zolo is going to be the star of this round.
No, there is no way Team T69 expects a player in this particular position.
Oh my god!
He misses the shots and he gets traded out. Now the plan is going to get initiated, and Exceeli now in a 2v2 retake where Rafa has his ultimate but decides to use it pretty early. The trade is there for Rafa again using his Hunter's Fury. But now in a 1v1 situation is going to be Rafa with the 97% HP. Mostly importantly, the complete HP that he could have needed for the round. He gets the shot and Kiro is eliminated. A round that should have gone towards the side of Team Exceeli. Rafa steals it back away.
Oh my god, Zolo. I was just praising him, saying that he could be the star of the round. But is it safe to say that it was because of him that they lost the round? Because because he was supposed to get at least one of them, and that would have been easy. Even if he got the kill onto Rafa, I mean, Binks only needed to, you know, be hit with one shot of the Vandal, he would have been dead. But at the same time, even if it would have gotten the kill onto Rafa, then Binks was like 5 HP or some 30 HP, I believe. So it was going to be easy, nevertheless. But Zolo, unfortunately for him, T69 now get themselves another round, thanks to Zolo a bit. But 4-round lead now, Fritz. And the economy is looking great on the side of T69, but on the side of Exceeli, they lose this, they go back to another eco round.
Exceeli, they're into the eco trap, as I like to say it, because you need to win a round, or else again you'll be forced to mostly in Chico, because Cherish is what we see on the side of each and every team when they go for that eco round. But yes, Team Exceeli wouldn't love to be there. It was a round that should have been converted, a round that should have been theirs, but somehow Zolo Crazy hitting an insane shot, but missing the easy ones, missing the shots onto the entering Sova and the Brimstone, which led to this particular round. And even Rafa, his Hunter's Fury, I thought was a bit mistimed. I thought could have been utilized for the post round, but instead he gets this trade frag, which was very, very important for him. If this frag wouldn't have been there, I think again a 1v2 could have been in the favor of Team Exceeli. But Rafa stays calm, stays cool, gets the job. The round is in their favor, and a much needed timeout coming in for the side of Team Exceeli, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it is coming in from the side of Exceeli, I guess. But T69, they're going to be really confident moving into the next couple of rounds as well. Exceeli Doomsday sitting on 7, Hero sits on 5, Fancy 9 sits on 5 as well, Sami on 4, Zolo still unfortunately sitting on 3, but Strix once again popping off 12 to 6, Rafa 9 as well. So everyone on the side of T69 is doing a good job as of now. I mean, yes, Binks and Friction are still at 3 frags each, but they're the controller and the sentinel, so it makes sense, right? We still need Sami to pop off. We're still waiting for him. As I said, he is doing really good. He's still confident, even though they're on the back foot, you know, 4-round deficit, but they're still, I mean, Sami is still putting up some confident plays. Unfortunately, he's unable to get those kills, to get those frags, but he's still being confident, and as soon as he starts hitting his shots, actually landing the shots, it's going to be an interesting game up here.
Oh, let's see again. You talked about Sami, the operator, coming in from this particular player. Not opting for the shield, instead just the huge weapon. Although its position not on the perfect side right now, because by the side of Team T69, they're looking for a B execute. More importantly, not even an execute. I guess a B rush is what they're going for. He is ready with the recon. I guess it won't get a lot. Okay, it can definitely gets 3 ping. Now this should force out a player from the D side to come and just try and support the players of Team Exceeli on the B side. Strix is not checking the corner. He's just floating around in the air. I guess that is the reason, because he was flat with Emo. Emo's nades gets 2. This is something is not supposed to happen, but T69, again, they lose a player early on, but somehow Emo gets an aid right on the spot, gets double. Doomsday, again, good for the second one. Zolo Crazy is there with backup. He gets a couple of his own. And Exceeli, they lose some, they win some. And this is the round where I think they will be able to win it out perfectly.
There you go, Sami ending things up, getting a beautiful shot onto Friction. But yeah, Emo, he did start off really, really good, but at the same time, Zolo, and I believe it was Fancy on the side as well, right? Or was it Doomsday? I mean, Zolo was there, yeah, it was Doomsday. Both of them held on to that side really, really good. I mean, look at that, a double from Zolo there with the assist coming in from Doomsday. They didn't expect them. They did get those couple of kills there, and they were like, you know what, the side's gonna be completely empty. But Exceeli read them like a book and played it beautifully.
Oh, Exceeli get another round. Again, was a very important one, and they're able to win it out. This time, not a much of reinforcement on this B side from Team Exceeli. Although T69 is also in no hurry to execute onto that particular side. So for now, they are just exploring options. They're waiting for any kind of aggression from the side of Team Exceeli, which they are showing none. And Sami posted on this A shot. He won't be met by any force, by any player in this particular location for now. A drone being utilized to clear this A lobby region where the team T69 is posted. All of the 5 players, they are going in for the push, and they have been able to enter into the side. Zolo Crazy in bit of a trouble, although he times his shrouded step perfectly, which helps him dodge the ultimate that was thrown in by Binks onto him. Shock darts are coming in, trying to just chip down Doomsday as much as possible, but in the midst, Fancy, he has been taken down to very, very low HP.
Launching smoke.
Yep, those shock darts, and I think the Brim's ultimate did come into play as well there. T69 once again. Let's see, Strix is gonna get one, but Doomsday and Fancy once again opening things up. Zolo. Oh boy, everyone's doing their part, and the Flash player is under heaven towards that hell. Rafa gets himself a double. Rafa, how did you pull that one off?
Oh, this guy is a madman. This guy is a madman. No one knew his position, although Exceeli, no one knew his position. But somehow, even after being completely exposed, he turns around on its head. He gets the 3K for his team and gets the 7th one on the board. This was just insane. The round was going in the favor of Team Exceeli, but it was snatched away by Rafa.
Standing.
I mean, I think since they got the kill on the friction, and they were like, you know, maybe no one else is under heaven, and having that shot in the hands of Jet was really, really sad. And you saw the reaction on Rafa's face. He's cold. He's like, you know what, I do this every day.
Oh man, the round was just pure perfect. And this time, you have Exceeli's with basically P shooters right now. Fancy with the frenzy in his hand. Oh, he's able to make work of it. He gets one. Sammy gets another one onto Biggs. But still the trades are there. Emo still making sure that the numbers stay equalized. Sammy, he has been able to retrieve a Phantom in the mix, and Kilo does have a Spectre. This retake might be a bit more easier than we thought for the side of Team Exceeli. The HP onto the Raze is also low. Emo, there's not a lot of HP, but he does have that showstopper. The crossfire for the 7 region is going to be insane, but Strix from the A main region, he makes sure there is nothing coming from A heaven. He gets a double of his own in that particular situation. Team T69 again close out the round.
I mean, just when you think that they actually might have a chance of making a comeback or a retake in a particular round,
Yes.
T69 are like, you know what, guys? I mean, yeah, you think? Well, we don't think so. That's what they do. And Strix once again, beautiful gameplay coming in from him. But I'm still hoping that Sammy begins to start hitting those insane shots. But at the same time, look at the players. They're calm. They know it's just map 1 of the BO3. They're not done yet. And if I'm not wrong, this is the map pick of T69, right?
Yes, it is the map pick of Team T69. And again, the round starts off with a very interesting kill for Team Exceeli. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Team T69 still chips away with the round.
But that's a controller gone.
Oh, okay. Yes, the Brimstone. Now it definitely changes things out. Now for Team T69 to enter the safe side without... Okay, the smokes have been already put him away. But Sammy just gets the right click. And Fancy is solo crazy with the support. Now it's completely sure that there is no way Team T69 should win this one out. Friction has a lot of HP to play with. But Exceeli, they are going to attack in numbers. They want this player so bad. The shock darts, each and every bit of utility being thrown at him. And Zolo crazy then finally putting a bullet in the head. And Team Exceeli, they get a 4-8 scoreline edge. How are your predictions so very sharp?
Well, I thought there was gonna be a good one with T69. I mean, looking at the agent composition, right? So, but I mean, now here's the thing. Now, since you said that Exceeli are really aggressive on their attacking half, there might be a really good chance for the comeback here coming in, as you said. So, as you predicted the score, what was that? 12-10, sorry, 13-10 or something.
Yes.
That might come true as well. Yes, I did say 13-8, 13 something like that, going in the favor of T69. But if Exceeli, if Sami starts hitting those shots on the attacking, since he's the only duelist, they do not have a second duelist. Now, here's the thing. Chamber, or Sky maybe at least, one of these two agents need to start playing as a duelist. Yes, Chamber can do that because he has the headhunter and the teleport as well, along with the ultimate coming in. He can be playing as a flanker or lurker at least, right? Because he does have that teleport to come back with the team whenever possible. But the side of T69, if they win this pistol round, this game is done and dusted.
I completely agree with you. This pistol round is going to be super important, and Exceeli, they won't be ready for this molly as well. So it is going to buy a lot of time if Binks throws it out now. Although there has been some damage done because of the shock darts to the jet of Team Exceeli. Sammy just down to 67 HP. But this side is being guarded so heavily. Look at that edge. 4 players waiting for Team Exceeli to enter. It is going to be super difficult for them to execute onto this side, and that is exactly what they know. They're rotating back. They're making a lot of sound although, and this is going to be heard by Emo on a shot. Now, the counter rotations from Team T69 is what I would like to see. Still, there is a player that they have left hanging onto this A side, and Spike, if I'm not wrong, is still on A. So Exceeli, they are trying to play it out. But by the looks of it,
30
Team
seconds
T69
left.
is still very, very much ready for the day here.
They're not buying this. T69, like, you know what? We know you're faking, but guess what? Now they are actually making the rotations, and Fancy will get that kill onto Rafa, opening things up. Binks is really low. One hit, and he will go down. Beautiful flash coming in. Will be flashing a couple of players. Fancy will get himself a double while Emo takes him down. Strix
10 seconds
gets
left.
one before going down. It's all down to friction. 1 versus 3, and T69. Well, I mean, it looks like they have to try a little harder than they currently are. Well, friction goes down to Doomsday. 5 to 8, potentially 6 to 8. Exceeli trying to close that gap.
A great round over there, Edge by the side of Team Exceeli. Because as soon as the turret sounded on the B main region, that is when two players from the side of Team T69 pulled off and they went towards a different side. That is exactly when the rotations happened, and Exceeli, they timed it perfectly for the execution onto the A side. That was this beautiful play coming in from Exceeli. Exactly copied the same page out of the side of Team T69's notebook, I must say, because that is what they did in the pistol as well. And this should be an easy round. Oh, Team T69, they are just going like, yeah, 5-minute rush. Zolo crazy. He's good for one, but he needs to make sure he does not give the Spectre away to his opponents. Strix, he's out with the shorty, so getting fixed is not going to be easy at all. Zolo crazy. He has done his job. He gets a double. Sammy from behind gets another. Okay, he gets a triple. Sammy from behind gets another one. All the Binks still left in a 1v3, but with not a lot of HP left.
I mean, if you ask me, Binks better just throw that Vandal away right now, because there's no way they're gonna let him save, right? There's no way they're gonna let him save. If you throw that Vandal away, at least that's a bit of economy damage there coming in, and Binks just gave away his position. Once again, no, he shouldn't die to Doomsday because he only has a Spectre, and that's gonna be a free upgrade. I mean, a free upgrade in the sense he's gonna be saving it, and there you go. The Vandal is gonna be saved by Hero. 6 to 8 is the score line, but once again, it's going to be a buy round coming in, and T69, they win this, they might be, pushing Exceeli a bit too much, but at the same time, if Exceeli get this round, we are looking at a potential 8 to 8 score line.
Exactly. If Team Exceeli are able to convert this round somehow, they'll be very, I mean, they'll be able to just cut down the lead to 0. So that is something the side of Team T69 have to be aware of. Let's see if they're able to do it or not. Sammy, he does have that Vandal. So there were 2 rifles that were saved from the previous round and 2 players taken down. So I guess it's going to be a full buy round for the side of Team Exceeli as well. Let's see how the side of Team T69 counters this out. For now, the mid aggression is there. They have been able to control this mid region very easily. Exceeli, Zolo crazy right now, just sitting with the sheriff. Sitting with the sheriff. So this definitely makes things interesting, because now Sammy has to make sure he gets some picks here. Otherwise, Exceeli are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep, actually, they'll be in a lot of trouble. I mean, also the fact that it is a bonus round coming in. Strix will get one, while Sammy gets a trade. Beautiful shots there onto Strix, down to a 3 versus 4, and Exceeli, they are ripping T69 apart, but Rafa gets a kill finally. Beautiful recon, but Doomsday just has a better angle there. A 3 versus 2, and the spike will be planted. Recon dot will be destroyed, which means they know one's coming towards CT, but guess what? Both of them are towards CT. Spike planted. 45 seconds to defuse the spike and also get those 3 kills.
It's going to be very difficult for the side of Team T69 to do so, because again, they don't have any kind of controller to basically isolate an angle out or to get some information. They don't have an initiator, they don't have a controller. Getting back into this round with just a KJ and that raise, hugely difficult. There is a crossfire under heaven as well. There is a player A main. This round looks like done and dusted, but Emo, a good nade, has damage, but still not the kill. Zolo crazy, he is trying to just rotate around the smoke, and he does it beautifully. Although he misses his shot, Emo, he might just be able to get the frag, but there is no time. There is no time left. But still, how do you allow the side of Team T69 to get all of those frags?
Emo, I mean, he was disappointed there, but you did great, my man. You got those kills, but at the end, didn't get the defuse, which means the round is still going in the favor of Exceeli. T69, they lose the bonus as well. I mean, kind of like a bonus. They still had Vandals and Phantoms, but still, it was a bonus coming in from the side of Exceeli. And now, it's going to be another kind of a weird buy coming in. I see a couple of Marshals, a couple of Sheriffs being picked up, a Shoddy as well, which means 8-8 is going to be the scoreline here. As I said, they are making a comeback here, and Sami and the Doomsday, they are popping off huge.
Team Exceeli, your predictions are always on perfect edge. They're always on point because again and again you've been predicting things and they're supposed to happen. Exceeli, the peak was there, but Zolo Crazy will now know that there is more than one player and he just falls. He knows the value of this particular Vandal that he has right now in his hands. The execute might just come onto the B side, where the side of team, where the spike is basically headed with the SOA of Team Exceeli. Sammy just exploring mid avenues, making sure that he is up for no surprises at all, checking each and every corner. Although, again, the late luck is going to come in from the A side. Because just look at this, Zolo Crazy, he is still on the A side. Although he uses his ultimate to get some information, he spots Friction down and cancel the ultimate. Now, already there were 4 players positioned around the B side to get in, and now the execute is gonna come in. Fancy with the first pick onto Friction, but will they expect Emo in this position with a shorty? They do not. Fancy, he gets taken down, but Emo still was not able to retrieve the weapon, and finally gets traded out. The only thing that concerned them is out. Sammy will also get another pick onto Rafa, and Team Exceeli cutting the lead 2-0.
Oh boy. T69, yes, they only got 1 kill there. Emo taking down Fancy there, but that's about it. Sami 15, Doomsday 14. These two are the key players for the start of Exceeli right now. T69 finally has that operator on Strix. So now it's gonna be interesting, because if that operator gets if that operator gets in the way of Exceeli, then that might cause a lot of trouble for them. But here's the thing, Sami is absolutely rushing in. Right, you were right about them being completely aggressive, and they're not changing things up. And Strix, there you go, gets the kill onto Sami, which means the key player is down. The duelist is gone. The entry fragger is out as well. But the Seekers are running. No, Strix! He hits a beautiful shot on the Sami, but then he misses an easy shot onto Doomsday. But the spike will be planted, which means it's gonna be a 4v5 retake. 45 seconds on the clock. Fritz, take it away.
The post-plus scenarios are the most interesting ones. Let's see how it does at Team T69 respond, because the spike is going to play as a 5th player for the side of Team Exceeli. So that is something that they have as an advantage. Fancy again, these pop flashes from the sky are very hard to deal with. He gets a frag, although Emu is there with the trade. Doomsday gets Emu, but the showstopper was already out of the barrel. Hero and Zolo Crazy, they get 1 pick for themselves each. Brings in a 1v1. Gets taken down by Zolo Crazy. Zolo Crazy shuts him down. And Exceeli in the lead after a very long time.
Oh boy! And with that, I think you can successfully. I mean, you can just say that the comeback has officially happened now. It's happening at least. Well, Zolo, that was a brilliant gameplay coming in from him. Yes, Sami did go down there, but the way that they were playing the side of Exceeli, even without their duelist, shows you that they all have immense confidence in themselves right now. Yes, T69, that was a great try, but in the end, it was just not good enough.
Once again, a very early take onto the B side with Sami. Good for 2. Zolo Crazy with the support. As soon as the round started, thought it just might not be such an aggressive round. Strix, good for 1. Then comes Sami again for the trade. Emo is not expecting that side, because Zolo Crazy is for sure not. He gets the plant, but Emo gets the frag. Although now no one from the side of Exceeli is going to just close in the distance, because they know it's just a judge. You don't need to feed the judge, or are you? Zolo Crazy, not Zolo Crazy, but Fancy was a bit low on HP, but he gets the picks taken, and Team Exceeli, eco round for the side of Team T69, gets shut down very early on.
Well, this is the map pick of T69. That is what concerns me. But at the same time, Strix once again has that operator, and this is the final chance that the side of T69 has, if you ask me. If they get this round, then they have a really good chance of winning the game. But if not, then Exceeli is gonna walk away with the win. They're just gonna have a walk in the park pretty easily. So it all depends on Strix with the operator, and also the way that Emo plays, because he's having a good day with the util. So let's see if he can actually deny some plants, and they gotta put some brakes on this Sami, man. I mean, look at him once again, already taking control of lower mid, and now trying to enter into market by Zolo. Gets that kill on the Strix. Skiro takes down Binks, and that's it. That's A side open completely, except for Sova, who's waiting. Excuse me there. I'm choking for some reason, just like T69 is. But
Oh, okay. Okay, so T69, something's coming in for them. But again,
Oh,
Rafa gets
what?
it. I mean, oh, spotted.
How did Rafa not see him?
Zolo crazy has a smoke in his hand, but Rafa does not spot him, and he gets taken down by his ally. T69, each and everything that should have gone their way. It's just spiraling out of their control. It's just spiraling out of their control, and they have been forced to save the remaining 2 rifles is what they can do. Exceeli, they get that 11th, and till now, Edge, it's a flawless run on the attacker's side.
Oh, you're right. Oh, I didn't notice that. It is a flawless run. They won how many? 6? This is gonna be the 7th. Oh, but Emo once again with the util, as I said. He's just great with the util there. And ooh, Sami dashes and gets that kill on the friction. Well, Emo, he gets himself another one. He's trying to run away. He does have his paint shells up and running again. Does he want to use it? Oh no, he doesn't. He takes down Fancy though, but all this doesn't really matter because the round still goes in the favor of Exceeli.
Although Emo is able to save a weapon for himself, and he is just 2 away from a showstopper, but is it a bit too late, Edge? Because even if this round Emo gets a kill and an orb, getting the round in their control is going to be super difficult considering T69's economy is not in the great shape. Because they might just be forced onto another eco, or are they? Because Friction does have a Vandal for himself. So I guess Team T69, they have been able to put another buy for themselves. But still, Exceeli, they're in cruise control right now. They don't need to change things much a bit, because they have been entering sides perfectly. They have been getting frags for themselves perfectly. Let's see if they're able to convert this 12th round and get themselves a game point. Solo crazy. Again expecting the early push from Biggs. But Strix comes in as a surprise. Makes the numbers equal once again. And Team Exceeli in a 4v4 scenario.
Oh boy, T69, they're in deep trouble right now. Fancy getting a kill. Friction goes down and so does Strix. And with that, I believe... I mean, it looks like my prediction is going right again, you know, just with the scoreline, but not with the team, you know. It might be a 13-8
Yes.
again on point, but it looks like it's going to be Exceeli. So, your prediction is actually going right there, Fritz.
Hey, the numbers are not in the perfect stance, but the team is definitely out there. So Exceeli just might win this particular one out. And you see, right, Exceeli, they're flawless on attacking. Just look at the way that they're executing the sides. Just look at the way that they're selling fakes, although it has just been done once. But Team T69, they don't have an answer to that. Strix, he and Emo are the only ones who've popped out, who've got their frags, but that too on the attacking half. While defending, all of the players of Team T69 have been kept successfully silent by the side of Team Exceeli. And once again, they have those ultimate seekers. Gonna reveal the position for Friction. He's trapped in the corner, although there is no molly for them. The Hunter's Fury will do the job. Friction, good for one, but then Doomsday comes in with the Hunter's Fury, gets a pick of his own. Rafa in a position no one will expect because the Hunter's Fury just cleared it out. And Strix from behind gets a pick, cracking the code Team T69 in the very last stages of the game. But comeback is still very much possible because 3 rounds is something that this team definitely can get.
I mean, you're talking about comeback. I'm just happy that they got at least 1 round on the defensive half. I was kind of worried that it's going to be a complete clean sweep there. But coming in, yes, now they need 3 rounds to take us into overtime. And what a way to begin Grand Slam, man. I mean, first game, a lot of twists already. We thought that T69 was having, completely walking over Exceeli. But then Exceeli completely dominating in the second half. And now we are at a point where it might go into overtime. And we're still in the first day, in the first map as well.
Exceeli right now. They definitely need to control the damage right here, right now. Otherwise, Strix was going for a 1-tap. But he gets tapped instead. Sammy with the Phantom gets a double dink through the wall. Gets a pick for himself. Now, Team T69, Binks, he has been able to tuck himself inside a wine. But the question is, will the side of Team Exceeli check this particular angle? Or the Bink peeks out first, gets the double. He is trying to take things into his own control. And Emo, he's very aware. He's very aware that if a push is coming in from the A region, there might be players standing A short. And he's perfectly right. He gets the double there. Exceeli, they concede the 10th. Team T69 getting the double digits.
Oh boy, now things are getting interesting here. Well, that's a beautiful round coming in from Banks. Doomsday is good for one, but Rafa gets himself a kill onto his counterparts over there. But 12 to 10 is the scoreline right now, and T69, they need 2 more rounds to take us into overtime. But look at this, look at this. Banks was allowed to get a couple of kills. That should never have happened. There were 2 players, and it was a 2v2, right? There should have been at least a trade there. There would have been at least a 2-1 trade, but it was 2-0. T69, their third game is absolutely strong, but at the same time, Exceeli, Sammy is the one that's making all the plays. So as soon as you take down Sammy, your chances of winning the round get, I don't know, exponentially higher. But Sammy, that was a beautiful peek to us, man. He predicted Strix's position there.
Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did. But meanwhile, again, this particular round for Team Exceeli is gonna be an important one because they don't want to have so much pressure if they lose this particular round. Strix again with the operator, just avoiding the trailblazer, and by the looks of it, Sammy is not looking in the right direction, and Strix will catch him out. Strix will take him off guard. The first pick goes towards the side of Team T69, which they desperately needed, by the way. Now let's see how do they perform in the again coming round. They are willing to give away the A side. They're willing to play it on retake, and why not? You have the showstoppers available. You have the lockdown available as well. So why not play A on a retake? That is exactly what they're gonna do. Emo is just looking for information, not for the frag, but for the information. But he goes in a bit aggressive. Why would you do that, Emo? You have the showstopper with you. Play a bit safe. You could have won the round. But the entry is there for the side of Team Exceeli. The spike is going to go down, and the lockdown might just come in anytime soon.
And there's nothing to stop the lockdown as of now. So that is gonna be a crucial lockdown. But if he goes down, KJ, why are you not coming? They're just holding. Oh no, they're wasting a lot of time here, T69. They should be coming in anytime soon. Binks already has the shot control. Doomsday is going for that lineup, or is he going towards that shot area? I think he's going towards that shot. Okay, the long rotation is gonna come in. But this position, this ultimate position coming in, is gonna be trapping Chamber. Kiro, beautiful kill, beautiful placement, beautiful positioning as well. We'll take down one. Now it's gonna be interesting. Rim does have the ultimate. He pops
The
it.
perfect usage.
But it's not good enough. It's gonna be Zolo. Oh no.
Oh, they played out perfectly. Team Exceeli, just look at that edge. The strategy was there for Team T69. They were perfectly in the right state of their minds. They get that ultimate. They flush out the player on side. They flush out the players out of vine, but still they are not able to hit the shots. Biggs could have got the double, but instead the late rotation from shot that you talked about earlier, Edge. The late rotation, it comes in handy. It gets them the round, and Team Exceeli, they win it out. They just win it out for themselves, and what a perfect round being played by the side of Exceeli. They were ready for each and everything that could have happened, and they just get in with the round. But I still think if Emo wouldn't have gone so aggressive, that showstopper would have made all the difference. That showstopper would have made completely, the showstopper would have thrown the round in the favor of Team T69 is what I feel, Edge.
I mean, yes, it definitely would have. But here's the thing: did you notice the score? Your prediction was on point this time. So it did. It did go to the 13-10, and Exceeli did win. So yeah, you were right about that. But and you also said that Ascent, if they win Ascent, they will take home Haven as well, and it might be 2-0. And by the looks of how they're playing, I think that might be possible as well. But T69 now, they are wounded, right? They're wounded, so they're gonna come back really, really strong. So Haven is gonna be a good matchup. But what a way! I mean, Sami was struggling. I mean, he did start off strong, but then he started to struggle in between a couple of rounds. You know, during the mid game, he was kind of struggling. But during the second half, to be exact, he started popping off. He didn't care. He knew he was a solo duelist. He knew he had to enter every single time, and we expected him to get maybe a frag and then, you know, just go in the back lanes. But no, he got himself one. He pushed, got himself another one. He kept pushing and pushing. And Sami, I think, is feeling himself right now. Yes, with the operator, he did not have a lot of luck, but with the Vandal, he absolutely popped off.
I think you'll see that changing in the map of Haven. When the map of Haven comes out, I think Sami and Strix both, because these are the players that you look up to while you're trying to defend, right? That operator, it has to play a huge, huge role. There were some rounds here and there, but the consistency for both of the players was not there. And that is something I found concerning for both of them. Although Sami with the rifle did a bit better than Strix on their attacking half, just because of it they're able to win the game. But Strix was completely shut down while defending. So he did not play a huge role while defending for the side of Team T69, which I think led to their demise. Some rounds here and there that should have gone the side of Team T69, which was snatched away by Exceeli. They will now remember it. Team T69 not getting the shot onto either Bings. I'm so sorry. Emo not perfectly using the showstopper. Players early on getting the frags for themselves. Those were some things that were not in their favor. But yeah, the second game is gonna come in very soon. But before that, we'll hop on into a very short break. We'll be right back.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
On target.
One enemy remaining. Fire in the hole! Peace off. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Impeccable kill. Careful.
Nowhere to run!
Spike planted. One.
I am the hunter!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Counter.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Taken out. Perfect.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Aw, thought to try harder.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy
Stay
remaining.
down. Blocking sight. Yikes. Blocking sight.
Spike down. Spike down A.
A fine death.
Chill out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sky, here comes it.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a very, very short break. The first game edge. Insane. There were many things that we did not expect to happen, but they did. Again, Exceeli winning the first one out. And now moving forward, the game of Haven is where Team Exceeli thrives according to me. And I guess Exceeli, again, they will definitely surprise us on the game of Haven.
I mean, they will definitely do, I guess, but I'm still rooting for T69. As I said,
Okay.
as I said to one, right? So maybe this one it was Ascent. Maybe the two
Okay.
is gonna be Haven and Split if it goes the distance. But yeah, actually, that was some incredible comeback. 8-4 was the scoreline, but then from 4 to I think it was 12, right? They got 8
Yes, till
rounds
12.
back to back. They did not let T69 breathe at all, but let T69 showed some
Yes.
form of life in them at the end, but it just wasn't good enough. So maybe now on the map of Haven, I think here's the thing. I think they were like, we have a lot of lead. Maybe just will not take any risks, and I think that's what the side of Exceeli focused and capitalized on, and that's what kept them going. Especially the fact that they only had one duelist. It's absolutely incredible. They got 8 rounds back to back with one duelist. Imagine what would have happened if they had 2 duelists going in.
The way that they played, I guess, made all the difference in the world. The way that they set up Sammy for success, and Sammy sometimes even without utility was pushing in by himself. Just you throwing a cloud burst, dashing into it, getting a down. So again, I think this is what happens when you play with the team perfectly, with the perfect coordination. You catch people off guard, you get some free frags for yourselves, and that is something I think Team Exceeli thrives in. And a map of Haven, it's an attacking map edge. It's a map where you can get so many rounds while attacking. Although Ascent was also said to be a defending map, although the teams attacked so perfectly that both of them got more than 8 rounds for themselves in the half. So yes, again, Haven is supposed to be an attacking map, but I think if Exceeli is able to manage their defense, they should be able to comfortably win it out as well.
I mean, true that. I mean, on paper, it's supposed to be attacking
Yes,
favor
on
because of the
paper.
3 sides, right? But we have seen a lot of teams do really, really good on that defensive half as well.
Yes,
So it all once again comes down to the Asian composition. Once again, a
true.
Sova is mandate, if you ask me. Maybe a Sky is good as well because it also gives you the heal. But a Sova with the lineups is going to be really incredible to watch. But at the same time, we've seen some teams pick KO. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, it is a very, very important agent on specific maps. I think Fracture, yes, you need definitely a KO is going to make a huge difference. But on the map of Haven, I think the utilization of this particular agent is still not its best because like KO, the important knife that he has is used to suppress your opponents. But on the map of Haven, where there are such huge sites, what are you going to suppress? So that is something I
Exactly.
think KO might not be in the mix. I'd be surprised if it definitely is. But Breach and Sky again are more better initiators, and even a Sova is something that we see like 90% of the times on the map of Haven. So these are still if you try to fit KO in that initiators category, it is definitely not going to work. But if you try to just pick out one duelist, throw a KO in and use it as someone who tries to get entries, then it definitely can work. So the position that KO fills is going to be important for me to see, but I still think on the map of Haven, it has a very, very limited usage.
Yes, I mean you can go in as a dual initiator, coming. I mean pairing KO
Yes.
with maybe a Sova and a Sky, and going into one duelist, and then playing
Yes.
KO as both an initiator as and a duelist as well. As we saw Kiro do that on Chamber. I mean, yes, he wasn't playing a full-on duelist, but he
Yes,
was
but he was
trying
taking
to
an
get that role.
assistance.
He was yes, he was assisting Sammy whenever he could. But and at the same time, you're right. It's a big map, so the knives has to be precise. You kind of have to be on point if you are the only initiator. But if you pair it up with Sova or Sky, then you have
Yes.
a really good chance of making it work. But at the same time, let's talk about Yoru once again. What are the chances that Yoru can be picked?
Higher than the Ascent, I must say. Higher than being used on the map of Ascent because, again, the rotations are going to be huge. The teleport, that the gate class that you call it, can be of good utility. I think putting it on a particular side and then rotating towards the B side because you cannot go to C timeout. But still, now getting 2 charges of gate crash. This is also going to be pretty interesting to see how does that particular thing work out. Haven't seen in competitive yet. I guess it just might be logged for customs. Not completely sure if Yoru is going to be logged because for competitive Yoru is logged right now. So for
Yes.
customs, if we see Yoru being used, it would blow my mind.
I
I
mean,
don't
it
think
is.
so.
It
Team
is.
T69.
It's available. Let me tell you that. I was
Okay.
playing custom, so it's
Uh-huh.
available. And Yori is pretty fun to play right now. But yes, I mean, not really sure if they're gonna be. I mean, I don't know if I'm not exactly sure if it's allowed in the tournament. I think the bugs
Uh-huh.
and everything are fixed by Riot at the same time, so it might be allowed. But I mean, I don't think T69 will take that chance right now, right? Because if they lose this,
Yes.
they're going down to the lowest bracket. So if there's anyone that might be able to pick it up, it should be Exceeli esports.
Oh, let's see even if XCD is up for it or not. Because I think they wouldn't like to take any risk right now. They'll go with their default lineup that they usually play, and they'll like to close it up like 2-0 as soon as possible. That is what I think the mindset should be from the side of Team XCD. Because yes, you have been able to get 1-0 up in the series, but let's not risk it. Let's just close it and move in forward towards the next game. These kinds of things, I think Edge might be tried in the grand finals because then there is no prize pool that you need to take care
Makes
of.
sense.
You will have a BO5, you'll have 5 maps to play with, you'll have a bit more opportunities to do these kinds of crazy things. You won't have anything to lose basically in the grand finals. So that is something that is somewhere I think these kinds of experiments might take place. But right now, in the group stages, in the phase one, where if you get eliminated, you're in the lowest bracket. I don't find any team. I don't think any team is going to, go for these kinds of experiments, and we might not see Yoru before the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, that is a great point and a great analyzing as well. I mean, you're right. Here's the thing: the grand finals, both the teams are making through anyway, so you might as well just go and have some fun and try new things as well,
Yes,
right? And yes, both of them will be moving on. It doesn't really matter if you're the first position or second position. I think it does affect the groups maybe later on, but
the
I mean,
seedings.
I don't think the seedings are affected because it's only 4 teams, right? I'm not really sure how it works, but since
We'll
it's
have
only
to
four
see.
teams, we'll have to see. Maybe it's like some upper bracket or lower bracket, but it's only 4 teams. But that's for later because right now one map is done. Second map, it's
Yes.
gonna be Haven, and if somehow T69 pull themselves up and get the win in the map of Haven, we will be moving on to the split, which is gonna be the deciders map. T69 is on the defensive half, if I'm not wrong. So that is gonna be an interesting one as well. So all of us, I mean, not all of us, but yeah, the fans of Exceeli at least, they want them to end it here right here, right now, right? Because T69, they're great on the map of split, right, when
Oh
compared
yes.
to any other map. So talking about the scoreboard in the first map, let's take a
Let's do
look
it.
at it.
Yes. Oh, Team Exceeli, if you look at that, 13 to 10, a victory for them. And if you see the jet from the side of Exceeli, Sammy, he was not able to pop that much while defending. But when the game ends, you have 22 frags to his name. So he definitely stepped up in the second half, being the team MVP as well. And on the other hand, if you look at Strix, he gets 23, but he was completely shut down while he was trying to defend. So these are some of those things that definitely came into matter. It was a 13-10 scoreline, but as we knew as soon as the score was 12-8, that Exceeli 70% of I was completely sure that 70% Exceeli is going to win that particular round, win that particular map for themselves. So yes, a 12-8 scoreline is where Team T69 tried to get a few rounds. It could have been a potential overtime. Let me tell you that as well. If Emo would have survived the very last round, he had the showstopper. There was no point going aggressive and getting a shot connected through that A shot region. So that was just a small mistake that was done by Emo. I think so. He was not aware that he had that ultimate or not, some things like that. But still, Emo being alive in that position could have just won them the round just based because of that lockdown that they had. So yes, Team T69, they were not able to close the very first game, but they still have another chance.
Yes, we can also see that both the Jets are the star players for their respective team. Exceeli, although coming out on top 13 to 10 here, T69. Well, they did put up a really great show. I mean, Strix once again having that highest number of frags on the entire server, 23. Sammy right behind him with 22. But look at everyone else. I mean, especially Friction and Binks. They need to step up a bit more, right? Yes, I know that they are a controller and a sentinel on KJ, but they still need to get a bit more frags for themselves. Look at, wait a second, Strix has 9 first bloods. You gotta appreciate that.
Oh, oh, definitely Strix opening things up for his team. basically in every round, except for once, which was done by Friction. Except for once, it was always Strix who opened the round for his team. So yes, definitely Strix was great in this map of Ascent. And as soon as you see Strix landing those operator shots as well, Edge, this guy's going to go on a different level, even with the rifle when he has it. So yes, Strix is going to be a very, very important player coming into the map of Haven. His blaze storms were pretty accurate as well. So these were some of the things that were seen from the side of Team T69. Some glimpses of hope for the game of Haven, but I still think Exceeli might be a bit stronger, and we might still see a 2-0 edge.
Well, yeah, 2-0 is still on the cards, but at the same time, T69, if they can somehow pull themselves up, they will be able to, put up a great show. Like Sealy, I mean, as you said, they might be sticking to that same comp, but on the map of Haven, the KJ is kind of useless if you ask me. So I mean, Friction might be shifting towards that Cipher, maybe a
Cypher,
Sage
yes.
as well. But I think Chamber is a go-to agent currently in the current meta, especially with the traps, and also that his ultimate gives you a free operator basically. Yes, he only has 5 bullets, but it still gives you an operator for free and also slows down any areas that you get a kill towards. But at the same time, is it gonna be Brim or Omen? Because I don't think it's gonna be Astra again.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that particular point as well. Either a Brim or an Omen is what we're going to see on the map of Haven as well. Let's see. Because Zolo Crazy, he has been very, very comfortable with the Omen. His paranoia has been on point. Not much of Shrouded Steps being used by Zolo Crazy in the map of Ascent. That tends to change on the map of Haven, because you have some places where you can, be sneaky, get some kills. Be the garage place when you just outstep above the box, try to get some frags. In the B side, it's just Omen's playground. B side is just Omen's playground. He can be anywhere on that particular B side. And even A, up above the boxes on A short, A long, both of the regions are very, very unpredictable. So Zono Crazy, I think, will just stick with the Omen. Binks. I think Binks is going to go with a different agent. Totally, he might just go with the duelist role that he's usually comfortable with, and someone else might just pick up the pieces and play a controller.
Yes, and once again, let's just recap on the map veto here. This is the quarterfinals, the first map of the Grand Slam Phase 1. First matchup, I'm sorry. Band, Fracture by T69, but then the band coming in, Bind. Well, I'm kind of disappointed there. I was kind of disappointed since it's
Yes.
my favorite map. But here's the thing, Ascent was T69's pick, went in the favor of Exceeli. Now Exceeli's map pick and T69 are starting off on the defensive half. On paper, attacking is favored, but as we all know, defensive half is the go-to half. And then if this map goes in the favor of T69, then we will be moving on to that final map or split that deciders where T69 once again will be starting off on the defensive half. Breeze and Icebox are banned as well. Icebox, I mean, I would love to see an Icebox pick
Exactly. Uh-huh.
soon, because those new
Huge
changes
changes.
are going to be
Huge.
incredible to watch. Yes, huge, and at the same time, I want to see how these teams adapt, and maybe because I'm confused on how to play the map right now. So maybe these teams can teach me and teach all of us on how to adapt and be good on the map of Icebox.
Hey, the angles for Jet to peak on the map of Breeze are just huge right now. No, not on Breeze. I'm so sorry. On the map of Icebox, it's just huge.
Icebox.
There, I mean, the attacker side was so heavily favored on the map of Icebox. By if you use a default lineup of Viper, Sage, Sova, Jet, and that Viper and another agent, I'm forgetting its name. But yes, that particular lineup was just so uh, I mean, incredible while attacking on the map of Icebox that it had to be nerfed somehow. And instead, they just nerfed the whole map for the attackers. You now just cannot stand on the A elevated boxes. You, as attackers, you cannot stand on that. On the B side, there are huge changes. There is another an additional box to back yellow. The cubby is changed completely in that B alleyway. Oh man, the changes are awesome, and this will force the attackers to rethink on how do they execute the sites. Because earlier you took that height advantage for yourself, you just stood on elevator on the A side and just kept popping heads from wherever they came out. But now you need to think that how you execute the site when you cannot get that height advantage. These are some things I would love to see on the map of Icebox, although we're not fortunate enough to see it in the very first game. But let's see if it does happen in the second one.
Yes, and once again, let us remind you this is what the teams are fighting for. This is the Grand Slam Phase 1. Fifth to eighth place, they'll be taking home 400 piece. And then 3 and 4 position teams, they'll be taking home 700 each. And the top two teams, that are the teams that make it to the grand final, they will be advancing to Phase 2, which means they will be confirming themselves at least $1,000. They'll not be getting anything for Phase 1, but here's the thing. They will be advancing to Phase 2, and also Phase 1 MVP will be getting 500 for himself. Well, that's gonna be the most prized possession, if you ask me. I mean, I want to see who gets that one. But at the same time, Phase 2, we already have two teams invited. That's Global Esports and Velocity Gaming. Phase 2, second place will be taking home $2,500, and the first position, along with the bragging rights that goes with it,
Oh yes, definitely.
6,500. And also, once again, the MVP taking home 500 for himself.
Bear in mind, these are all dollars edge. So the INR
Exactly.
conversions are just going to be huge as well. So let's see who are the teams that are going to advance to phase two matches. But for now, we are starting just to place the teams in that fifth to eighth place bracket. So these are the games that are going to decide. So the team falling into the losers bracket would love to come out of there, but the way is not going to be easy at all. You'll need to win each and every match. You'll not have a second opportunity after you are in the losers bracket. So that is something you'll have to consider. Let's see if the teams are up for it or not. For now, Team T69 is going to be in the danger zone because the previous game they have lost the previous one. And now Exceeli, they are basically at their home turf, is what I call the map of haven for them. They're basically at their home turf. It won't be easy to eliminate Team Exceeli from this map of haven. So let's see Team T69 right now in the red danger zone, if they're able to come out or not. Because if we go to a third map of split, that might be an interesting map to see.
Yep, that is going to be an interesting map. Definitely. I also want to see how they, you know, how they play on that particular map, and I want to see a KO being picked as well. And we are talking about the KO pick on the map of Haven as well. We've seen some teams do it, so I want to see if any of these teams pick that for themselves as well. But once again, let's go ahead with our score prediction because I'm
Okay.
still be sticky. I'll still be sticking with T69. I'm gonna go ahead and say the exact scoreline once again. 13-8 is what I feel like. T69 will be taking us to the map split. Is what I feel.
Oh, Exceeli, I have seen them play on Haven. They're just gonna be the scores, if you ask me, 36, 13-7 in the favor of Exceeli is what I think. A hard prediction, I know, for the T69 fans. They will definitely criticize
That
me
is
for
a
that.
bold position.
But yes, but I still think Exceeli, they are superb. They're just superb on the map of Haven. And it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of Team T69 to come back into the game.
Mhm. It is gonna be incredible if T69 can just take us into that third map and the final map of the day. But at the same time, Exceeli, they're feeling themselves. They're feeling really, really confident right now, and they do not want to prolong this anymore. They want to just get done with this matchup and just take rest, make sure that they have ample amount of rest, but at the same time they will be watching the streams, right? They will be taking a look at how the other teams are playing currently and also reanalyzing their strats because they cannot always have this comeback happening. They were down 4-8 and they did have a
Yes.
comeback on the map of SM, but you cannot count on that comebacks every single time here, Fritz.
Oh, exactly, exactly. Getting a comeback this huge again and again is going to be a very, very difficult task. So let's see if the side is up for it or not. Because I think that Team T69 is going to have a hard time in front of them. They'll need to be very careful about each and every utility they use. They'll need to make sense out of each and every utility that they use. They need to be careful that the players with the ultimates are available for the
Yes.
post spike planted rounds. That is something I would like to see from the side of team T69. Not going over aggressive. But let's see if they take all of these things into consideration or not. For now, we'll be waiting for the second game of Haven, on which I think it should be an easy victory for the side of Team Exceeli. But still, if Strix he just pops out with his blade storm, if he just pops out with his operator, the story can be completely different into a different team's name.
Yes, it can be different, but what do you think about the agent picks here once again?
Oh.
We were talking about Astra. We
Uh-huh.
spoke about Omen. We spoke about Brim. We spoke about Jet. An agent that's completely, I don't know, avoided is what I feel like. Currently, Phoenix. We do see other
Oh.
regions picking it, just not
Yes.
India. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Phoenix picks in the Indian scene currently, but a lot of other regions have been picking and playing really, really well. You know, the backflashes, the run it back, they look absolutely beautiful. But I mean, I don't know. For some reason, Phoenix is just is not picked. But I don't know. I don't exactly know why, because it is a great duelist. It can self heal. His ultimate is just absolutely insane. Basically,
Yes.
you get a free life there and a lot of info, and you also get to get the kills as well. And you have a wall as well, so you can basically block vision at the same time. You have two flashes. So, what do you think about Phoenix being maybe picked in this particular matchup?
Phoenix. As you said, Edge, it's a great agent. It has again. You called all of the utilities out, but which agent is going to be replaced? Is the main question, is what I think the Indian teams are facing. Whom are you going to replace? Because most of our teams, they love to play the double initiator on this map of Haven. They love to go with the Breach and Sova. They love to go with Sky and Sova. So you don't get a slot basically to play this particular Phoenix agent. So this is something I would like to see an answer to. Even I don't know why we don't see any Phoenix coming into the game, because a breach, yes, in itself is a very good initiator. You have that concussion, but if you replace it with a Phoenix and pair it up with a Jet, as you said, those reverse slashes, those flashes, even the
Yes.
wall while entering, because we see multiple times opponents using operators, the Jets using operator and getting your controller very early on in the round. And after that, you don't have any LOS present for yourself, anything that can block the LOS of your opponents. So in those situations, you rely hugely on the Jet smoke, which now only lasts for very few seconds. 3.5 seconds is what it now lasts for, and that is not enough to make an entry. But Phoenix with that blaze wall and with the molly can get you the whole site, and that blaze wall definitely lasts for a very long period of time. So I'm also waiting to see some Phoenix play coming into the game. I think it would be very viable, although the flashes are easy to dodge, and that is the only thing I think the Indian teams are facing, that the breach flashes are not that easy to dodge, but the Phoenixes are, because of which they are opting to go with the breach instead of a Phoenix. But I would love to see Phoenix being utilized in these comps, specifically on the map of Haven.
I mean, true that. I mean, all these teams, they have played. I've seen these players play Phoenix before, but all of a
Mhm.
sudden they stopped picking Phoenix, and we're just still waiting for the players to hop onto the server so we can start
Yes.
with the map of Haven. But as we said, we both are rooting. I mean, I'm rooting for T69. Fritz is going with Exceeli for now. For now,
Yes.
just predicting, guys. No harsh feelings towards any other teams or any teams at all. As a matter of fact, supporting both the teams. That they played some absolute insane game as well in the past, as well as in that map of Ascent just now. We've seen some beautiful Bladestorm shots coming in from Strix in that particular eco. I believe it was a fifth round.
Yes.
It was an
Fifth round,
eco
yes.
coming in. And Strix somehow managed to secure the round all by himself, got himself a quad or a triple, I believe. And then
Quad kill.
Sami, as soon as the side switch happened, with the Vandal, that Reaver Vandal in his hand, man. I mean, and not just that, that mid peak. You remember that mid peak with the Phantom? That was just insane. Towards that
Let me
Strix,
recall it.
towards
Oh
Strix, towards
yes,
that
yes, towards
that
Strix.
wall
Okay,
bang.
yes, yes.
He
Those
predicted
shots,
that
yes.
perfectly. That was
Strix
insane.
was
That was
waiting for a one tap.
exactly. He even had the ADS on, and then Sami just crouch peeked him. That is so annoying. Let me tell you that if that happens, and
Yes,
I'm pretty sure Sammy would have had a good, at least he would have smiled that he got that beautiful shot. But he predicted. That was just kind of satisfying to watch.
yes. It definitely was. The plays from both of these teams, they were just perfect to watch. And even if you talk about the remaining players, Binks, he stepped up to the job. His utility was there on point. Although you cannot expect a Brimstone fragging just out of his mind. That is something we cannot expect from an agent whose the duty is to support.
But here's
So
the thing.
that is something. Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but here's the
No,
thing.
no problem. Yes.
Brimstone, yes, you don't expect, but Binks on Brimstone, you
Hmm.
kind of expect him to flag off, right? I mean, if it was someone else, yes, kinda understandable. But Binks, he likes to frag. He doesn't matter what agent he picks, he goes in. But unfortunately, this game, I mean, I'm not really sure what happened, but this game, he didn't feel. I didn't feel like he was actually, confident in himself.
See, what I think is Binks has never played Brimstone on in particular competitive matches. If I'm not wrong, he has played Sage. Yes. Has he played another controller like Viper? Yes, he might have. But a Brimstone, I think the only thing, as you said, he loves to go aggressive. But he was confined by his team because he was a solo controller on his team. So even if he went aggressive, took a 50-50 duel and lost it, his team would have been stranded in a very, very difficult position. And that is the reason I think Binks was not able to go aggressive. And even in the rounds where he was that second entry, he was the third entry. That is the time he gets a frag. But because he's not a duelist, he doesn't have that escapability. He was not able to escape from situations like that. So I think that Binks was confined because he played Brimstone and was not able to go aggressive. If he switches it up to something like a Sage, something like a Killjoy, a Sentinel, on which his whole team wouldn't depend while he's either attacking or defending, then Binks can play his natural game, which is obviously going all out, going in all in aggressive and getting those frags. Otherwise, you play a agent like Brimstone, you cannot go aggressive on attack because the smokes and the molly is very, very important. And when same thing can be said for defending and attacking, because those smokes and molly, while attacking, while defending, these two things are the most key piece of utility, is what I think, that Binks was not able to go aggressive in the previous game.
I mean, yes, you're right about that. Maybe the agent was the reason that he had to kind of, play off of the Brimstone. Maybe he's not used to it. But here's the thing: this is the final chance that he has now. He better he better play Brim better than what he did on the map of Ascent, or change up the agent. Because if not, we will be moving on to lower bracket for them. And with that,
Yes.
we have the agent select happening here on the map of Haven. So we'll just be switching towards that. And we already have the agent selected. We have T69 on the defensive half. Rafa, once again, picking that Sova. Binks, finally. Okay, you are right about that. He is back on Raze while Strix sticking to his classic jet. Friction opted for that Omen there, I'm
Controller
sorry.
role.
Exactly, this time he shifted towards controller. Emo picked up a chamber from a duelist to a sentinel all the way. But on the side of Exceeli as well, I have a KJ and a dual initiator. We don't see a KO, but we see a breach instead. And then we have Zolo picking up that Omen once again, Sami on that jet, Doomsday once again sticking to that Sova. But here's the thing, I was saying that maybe Chamber or a Sova, sorry, a
Yes.
Cypher is much more better than a KJ. But looks like Fancy wants to play off of KJ, and his ult is really good as well. But here's the thing, now Fancy can only be playing if he sets up A, he cannot leave B. He can only move towards B, and that's it. He has to take his the turret and the alarm bot before going towards C. And that is the only drawback, if you ask me, of playing a KJ.
Oh, I completely agree with you. KJ, the range, the range nerf, I must say, that came a long time back to Killjoy. That is something that has surprised me as well. Fancy playing a Killjoy on the map of Haven. But let's see. I mean, the Killjoy's alarm bot and the turret, I guess they're going to play a single side on retake, either C or A, on whichever the side Exceeli sets up. But otherwise, they'll have two sides that will be defended properly. Now, Team T69, for now, they are going to start on defense. So for them, with the double duelist setup, I don't expect a lot of rounds being converted. 3 or 4 rounds from Team T69 might be well enough if they're able to get it for themselves. Because Exceeli, this is a team that you need to be very careful of. If they're able to get 9 or 10 rounds, it's just game over for you. 9-3 curse is never in the favor of Team T69 Edge. Let me tell you that. It always goes against them. So this is something that they need to be very, very careful of. Let's see. Exceeli starting off on the attacking half. The game has already started.
The game's already begun, and Sami once again opening things up, gets a kill on the streaks, but an instant trade coming in, and Rafa takes down Kira as well. He's down low. That is Binks. But he is making his way towards safety right now. And once again, something to keep in mind, both these teams, they do not have healers. Last time they had a Sky to heal, and I think that is one of the major factors that helped Exceeli win on that attacking half. Because, you know, you always have that heal. No Sage this time, no self-healers, no Reynas as well. And let's see. Ooh, Doomsday catching
shots.
Friction off guard. Beautiful kill. Down to a 3v3.
And Binks is very low on HP as well for Team T69. So this is going to be a bit difficult. Let's see Exceeli,
Right here.
how do they want to play it? Because if you look at the Omen from Exceeli, he's lurking all the way from B towards A-Link. And is T69 even ready for that? Because none of the players on side of A are watching this particular flank angle. Zolo Crazy spots one down, does not take his shot. But he's been able to take down Binks and the second one
30
as
seconds
well. T69, these small things is something that you need to completely expect. Zolo Crazy, he is following Emo as well. And Emo is also completely unaware. Although, Zolo Crazy, I think he does not know that Emo is A heaven. And Emo will completely spot him down, get the frag, converting it into a 1v2 situation, which is very much doable if you ask me.
Oh, it is doable, but I don't think the time will be in his favor. And that new Ghost looks absolutely beautiful. And there you go. Doomsday will take him down first round the board for the side of Exceeli esports. This time, they are the ones starting things off on the right foot. And T69, although it was a 3 versus 4, well, Exceeli somehow managed to pull it back down to a 4 versus 1, to be honest.
Exactly. They were able to get themselves back into the game. But Team T69, at least they should have been aware about this B flank coming in. They were not completely aware. They were caught off guard, and the round went in the favor of Team Exceeli. Perfectly played by them. Let's see how do they continue. And see right now, again, putting the turret early on, making sure that there is no aggression coming from either garage or B side. Some early information for the chamber of T69, but that won't matter a lot because you're just playing with pistols. Some sheriffs here and there, but I don't think so. This is going to make a lot of difference in the round. Sammy, he is just rolling a particular angle. This shorty might just take Fancy down, and it definitely does. Rafa, early man advantage, but still, the weapons in the hands of Team Exceeli should be enough to get the job done. Zolo Crazy gets the first, but he is pretty low on HP. He's just paranoid. He's just routed steps away from that particular location. Doomsday good for one. Kiro also chipping in, gets the frag. Sammy takes down Pinks. The last man standing is going to be Friction.
Oh, and he's gonna get taken down. Not gonna be standing for long. Sammy will go down. Exceeli, but here's the thing: they have to invest in those shields once again. So this is gonna be a bonus round coming in for them. T69, first buy round. This better be good. Even if they lose a couple of players, that means it's gonna be a great bonus for them. Rafa was the only one who got the kill in the Fancy, if I'm not wrong. That was a close range shotty fight. So this is gonna be interesting to see how the side of T69 play off. And if Exceeli somehow managed to pull this bonus round into their favor, I am pretty sure this is going to be a one-sided match here towards in the favor of Exceeli esports.
Team Exceeli, as you said, this bonus round is going to be very important. The question is, did Sammy spot strings going on? He definitely did, because of which Kiro has used his aftershock to clear the angle. The dash has been burned, but Pinks from a shot. No one expected this guy, but he gets taken down. Just good for one. But more importantly, there's a weapon on the ground. There's a phantom to be taken. And this definitely can change the way this round works. Kiro, he has that Spectre. I guess the Phantom has been given to Zolo Crazy, if I'm not wrong. Zolo Crazy, he peeks out. But Friction, again, as I said, these angles that the Omen can get using this shrouded step are just huge. 3 players are still guarding this A side. Let's see how does this particular thing pan out for them. They are not making a rotation. Still, the chamber is on that B side, making sure that there is no one present lurking around. Kiro might just get spotted very soon because of that rendezvous that has been placed. And I guess he has been. He has been spotted. He has been taken note of. There are no rotations coming in from the A side. Team T69, they want that long control, but Sammy is present with the Vandal. He greets Friction with a bullet to his face. Rafa and Strix left all alone in this B side. Strix has the dash. Oh, he gets a pick as well. He gets the pick out to Sammy. The recon will be destroyed. No information whatsoever. Rafa going in aggressive. Kiro gets a frag. The trade is there. And Emu from the backlines will get the job done. Team T69, even though a lot of damage dealt on their economy, still managed to get the round.
3 players went down there. I was like, if 2 go down, it's gonna be a good bonus. Well, 3 went down, which means it's a great bonus coming in from the side of Exceeli esports there. And Binks, yes,
30
you were right. I
seconds
mean,
left.
getting just one was kind of bad. But Strix,
Last player
he
standing.
was there to save the day for now. First on the board with the side of
One
T69
enemy
and
remaining.
Exceeli. They will be feeling really confident
For differences.
coming in into this next full buy round coming in from them as well. I see a player with only light shields, so not really sure. I think the economy factor came into play there. But on the side of T69, the economy is not great. So if they lose this, they'll be forced into an eco instantly.
Oh, and Solo Crazy opening things up. Is he aware about the long player? He was, but Rafa gets the jewel in his favor, although Sammy is present with the trade. Exceeli, they get the A side under control. And a 3v4 retake
Spike
for
planted.
the side of Team T69. Let's see, how do they go about it?
Exceeli esports, they do have a man advantage here. The Bladestorm is available, and look at Brimstone. Hero. He has the fall line and he will be using it. He will take down. Oh, never mind. He is actually going to go down to Strix. A beautiful recon will spot. Strix, his position has been revealed. He's good for one before going down in the hands of Fancy. Down to a 2 versus 2. It's going to be Emo. Oh no, Sammy missed. He
remaining.
vived. Sammy vived. Fancy will take down Emo, but an instant trade coming in from Binks. Finally. Now that's a great round coming in from the side of T69. That was some good coordinated play and a great retake coming in as well. 3 versus 4 and look at Binks. He knows.
Binks also. Yeah, he knows, and he's reminding Sammy again. Miss, I hit. That is exactly what happened. Strix, he was the person who started things off with a good dash into the side, making sure that he gets a pick. And this pick shouldn't have been his. I think so. Strix getting Doomsday was a very good thing for them to happen. Even Sammy, because of his shots, he was not able to reposition in time, and Binks was able to get the trades out in his own favor. And team T69, they put the second one on the board. But just look at this. The Blaze Storms are out for both of the Jets, and Emo has a judge of his own. Binks, he gets spotted down, but Strix from above gets
Oh my
a double
God.
in a single updraft. He hits Sammy in the head and even gets Kiru. That is just criminal. And Team T69, although not the best possible economy, they're still trying to make the round happen. Emo, that shot, but how is that not a kill? Me being a judge fan, I'm so devastated right now. Point blank judge shot, not getting the frag. And he gets traded out. That is so unlucky, but for Team Exceeli, it all seems to work out as 13 HP is all Solo Crazy needed to survive.
And now it's a 2 versus 3 retake situation here. Look at the economy. Sorry, look at the health on 2 of the players. It's really low. So 100 Fury will do the job for him. And he also has Shock Dart. So it's going to be really easy. But here's the thing. Exceeli esports, their positions are really good. And also, they have Hunter's Fury available. Paranoia comes into play now. They know where Omen is. But take down the swarm grenades, brother. The swarm grenades are going to be activated, which means it's going to be delayed for a second. He's not going to be hit at all. Oh no! Doomsday will take down Rafa now in a... He's sticking it. He's sticking it. But
he
Zolo,
gets taken down.
somehow, why did Rafa not use his Hunter's Fury? Or Shock Dart at least.
Not completely sure about that. And Ed, I'll have the same question as well. Team T69, they saved their ultimates for what? I'm not completely sure. A 2v3 retake, a single Hunter's Fury, just to clear the cubby, could have been enough. Get them the round.
Exactly. And
That
this
was
was
not
an
the
important
case.
round as well.
Oh yes, it
I mean,
definitely was.
if the side of T69 would have won this round, they would have forced Exceeli into a weird buy, or at least, I mean, if not an eco, at least a semi buy, and have had their chances of completely winning this one as well. But Strix, once again, him on Bladestorm is absolutely great. But here's the thing, Sammy now, Sammy versus Strix there with the operator. He will tag him up, and the grenade. That pain chill deals a bit of damage, down to 85. Did you see that?
Oh, the showstopper fail? Yes, I definitely did. I mean, the player was already in ceiling, but the showstopper went somewhere around C garage doors. And Exceeli, they would love to take advantage of that. Fancy gets a pick onto Rafa as well. Already, Emo is very low on HP. T69, this round is slipping away from their hands. The HP bars is definitely a problem, but Binks spots one, takes one, gets the second one as well. Doomsday is down on the ground, and Exceeli, Sammy's also very low on HP, but Emo still that to the force. He gets a pick onto Fancy. The healthy player is completely down. The last man standing, Sammy, he was not expected at all, but Emo, he gets taken down. Friction, he's looking the right direction. He gets the frag, he gets the pick, and T69, a good play coming in from Binks, and he gets them the round.
Oh my god, that was Binks. That was all Binks there. pushing him towards that mid area, getting that. He saw that open shroud and stuff. It's kind of funny, but at the end, it was friction getting that kill. Sami, I think he was overcommitted there. I think he should have just waited on the side. He was just running here and there, kind of not helping his teammates there. But I mean, he did that on the map of SN and it worked. So why not just do that again? And this round is going to be important as well because whoever wins this round will be forcing the other team to go on an eco. Next one, Exceeli, they have the lockdown and the rolling thunder available, and on the side of T69, only Omen's ult, and he takes a chunk of damage, but he still managed to get one kill. And guess what? That is the star player on the side of Exceeli. Zola takes down Bings while Strix gets a fair trade. Will take down Kiro, one initiator down. But here's the thing, they still have cages lockdown available. Rafa. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be Rafa versus KJ any second. Strix through the smoke.
Last player.
Gets one, gets two, and Rafa. Easy kill there. T69? Well, I don't think they have given up.
Oh, they definitely haven't. And Exceeli was talking about their attack so very much, they haven't been able to get many frags for themselves, many rounds for themselves. Again, friction, just because of that paranoia, he was able to get a frag. And Zolo crazy. He tried to even things up, but Strix was again aggressive on A-long. He gets a pick for himself, and after that, it was just a flurry of frags coming in for the favor of Team T69. Oh, one through the smoke as well.
One enemy
The
remaining.
round was very good for Strix and his confidence, more importantly, from the previous game. But Exceeli now on a very, very broken bye with the Marshal in Doomsday's hands.
We almost landed that shot onto the chamber there, but it's going to be Strix once again popping Doomsday's head off. Down to a 4 versus 5 situation here. The garage is completely in the favor. in control of Exceeli right now with a beautiful grenade coming in. Strix is going to get taken down, completely caught off guard by Sami. But it's going to be Fancy taking down the Evo. Now it's doable. But guess what? Bings completely denies it. Will get that kill on the Fancy. Sami is low, which means it's not as easy as it was, but the spike is making its way towards A. Sami is just a fake because it's A, fellas. And Bings caught off guard again. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, it's all about the timing, and Sami will take down Bings. Oh, this is not looking good now. They do have the rolling thunder available as well. They can actually commit it. But here's the thing, Rafa, if he gets this kill, and then Zola, okay, never mind, he will get that kill onto Rafa there. All down to friction in a 1. How?
Not expecting
How?
him.
I
Not
don't even
expecting
wanna...
him in the close corner.
This round, man. Strix opened things up yet again. But then everything just fell apart. Bings completely... He was like, he was so sure that Sami was going to be pushing in from garage. He was like, there's no way he'll come from C, and that's exactly what Sami did. He pushed in from C, got a free B, and then Zolo with a beautiful fake. Whoever called the shot there going towards A, that guy is the MVP of the of that particular round.
Oh, definitely he is, because they gave the plant as well, and they gave us the player the space. Oh, okay. We were talking about the previous round, but this time Strix with some early spam and catching one of the players of Team Exceeli off guard. They get that early pick for themselves. Exceeli down to just 4 and quad. Let's see how do they recover from this certain situation. The breach is out, so no more flashes for Exceeli in this particular round except for the paranoia. Sami trying to even things out, trying to take down Biggs. Biggs gets the information, throws the paint shell, making sure that there is no aggression. This is B side.
Actually, a man down, and Sami is low as well. No heal for him whatsoever. 1 minute on the clock, and looks like they want to go A once again, while Sami looks towards B. Strix is ready. Look at him, looking at the radar. You can see it on the face cam there. He knows there's one mid, and now he knows that it's Sami that's mid, and that kill is crucial. Drone was completely blinded, so no information being gathered, and the lockdown has been initiated. And now this is crucial. Bings holding up towards this B. He knows Sami will be pushing up late, and he's damn right he will. Rafa gets a kill on the Zolo as well, down to a 2v5, and this round is pretty much done and dusted. Fancy goes down, Rafa gets himself a triple. 5th round on the board for the side of T69. Exceeli, the economy is broken, their confidence is broken as well.
See, they desperately needed this one. Although it started off very poorly for them. The early spam, look at this tricks.
Headshot.
Oh my god, just dirty, just dirty.
30 seconds
He
left.
gets the pick for himself. Oh, definitely it is. And experience for Binks as well, if you talk about it. He's played with
One
Sam.
enemy
He knows
remaining.
what he can think about it. He was just completely ready for that particular push. Exceeli, they were completely caught off guard in this particular one. They better be ready for the next particular round coming into the game.
Get out of
Team
my
T69, let's see how do they go about it.
Well, we have Sami popping off that ultimate. The Blade Storm is up and he is running. Emo, are you ready for this? No, he will take down Binks, but it's going to be Strix with a beautiful 2k for himself. And Strix is looking at Binks and is like,
Here.
oh no, you died? Oh, that's unfortunate. But now, 3 versus 4 and the Aftershock coming into play as well. Will not be dealing any damage. Will be pushing Rafa a bit off of his position, but Zola has a Vandal, okay. He has a Vandal. He's not taking that shot, which means Friction is good. Oh, it's all about the timing. It's going to be about the timing. If Friction doesn't check Zolo, then, oh, never mind. The Paranoia will be coming into play. He will be getting that kill, but Zolo gets one on the Rafa while Friction takes on Fancy. He's one on the side. Friction sees him. Beautiful shouted step, but Kiro predicted it. Will take him down. Does have the Rolling Thunder available. Fault then comes into play and a 1v2 here, Fritz.
It's an important one. Kiro, I don't think so. He's expecting the flank coming in from the chamber from the side of Team T69. Strix, and he's waiting for the flank as well. Kiro has that double flash. He
30
can
seconds
definitely
left.
push CT with the flash, but he goes for a try peek. Strix gets the pick. Team Exceeli, they get the round for themselves. I'm not completely sure why Kiro is not utilizing his utility for himself. I think he's just a bit more concerned about his team and not using the flashes for himself. Because even if you look at this particular round, the way that the Omen lurked in, Zolo Crazy lurked in towards the backside, Zolo did not had to peek that angle behind. Because already the cross was being held by Kiro. And Kiro could have double flashed and concussed and got the pick. But Zolo Crazy peeking and losing that duel against Friction, somewhere in between they lost that particular round. So Exceeli, these are some small decisions that have to be taken by them if they need to get some more rounds for themselves on the board. Because 4 rounds on attack, this is not the Exceeli I know. Sami right now making sure that the A-shot avenues are completely clean. Won't be able to avoid the drone anyway, so he gets tagged and a bit of information for the side of Team T69.
And ooh, Kiro. Okay, he just runs in and gets that kill onto Strix while Friction takes down Sami down to a 4 versus 4, and now the spike is going to be planted. With the help of Rolling Thunder, they can actually defend this side pretty easy, but they do have the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. Will Rafa finally use his Hunter's Fury? I don't know, did he use it? Is this the second Hunter's Fury or is it the first Hunter's Fury?
Rafa did save the Hunter's Fury the previous time, so I guess this is going to be the very first Hunter's Fury. But still, look at this. Hero's playing on site with an Operator and a Rolling Thunder. Sometimes these decisions that are being made, they never make sense to me. Kiro gets taken down by Binks. Emo was good for one. The Fancy is in garage. He gets the first one. But now how do we stop the defuse coming in? Because there are 2 different players guarding you. There are 2 different players. And Team T69, once again, they get the round. Doomsday. He gets all 3, but it's again a bit late. You give 7th round to Team T69. You could have played much better the way that you did right now, Team Exceeli.
Oh my god, you're right. I don't know, Brim should have at least ulted towards that. Maybe he would have gotten a couple of kills there. But it's all about the decision that you make inside the game, right? We're the third person, we're just viewing it. But Doomsday once again clearing things off. I want to take a look at the economy. Yes, they don't have a lot of economy, but it's a final round, so it doesn't really matter. T69, they are still good to get themselves this round here. Exceeli only have Hunter's Fury. T69, Bladestorm and Showstopper available for them, but Fancy once again opening things up to us. Binks. Oh, the Hunter's Fury is going to be committed as well. Will not be dealing any damage. So that's a waste of an ult coming in. But look at this, Breach is low. Hero is low, Friction pushes up, takes down Zolo, it's not apart. And now, oh, he's good for another one. If he gets this shot, I'm going to lose my mind. It's going to be Hero going down as well. Oh no, Friction. You sneaky little guy. Somehow managed to get 3. But Strix on the other hand, he goes down to Sami.
Oh, Exceeli, they just get deleted by Friction. They just get deleted. And once again, he just might be good for another one. He gets revealed on the Rafa. He's good for one. gets the second one as well. 8-4 scoreline once again in the favor of Team T69. Edge, will this time Team T69 be able to close this game or not?
Oh boy. Well, I gotta say, it's kind of like a deja vu. 8-4 once again. Repeating stuff, but it was all friction this time. It was all friction getting himself a triple. He shouldn't have been allowed to get the double, and maybe even one, to be honest, because that was a really weird and unexpected angle. That is I think that is a reason why they didn't check that one. But anyway, Exceeli esports now on the defensive half. I mean, I don't know. Maybe here the map of Haven, they were kind of caught off guard having only one duelist. I think that didn't work in their favor, because if it's not Sami pushing in from the side, they just didn't have anyone else to enter, right? And Haven is the kind of map that you need at least to, you need to show your presence at least on 2 different sides of the map, if not 3. So having only one duelist affected him. If Fancy pushes right now, he gets a free kill on the Strix.
Oh, Fancy, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for any kind of aggression coming in towards his garage region. But Team T69, they're wary about that. Strix is not peeking that angle without support, without his teammate being there. And now Binks with this boom bot, he will get the information. He will know that there was someone in garage who has now fell back towards the ceiling region. Fancy, he destroys the boom bot. But just look at the side of Team T69. They put a bit of utility onto the C side, and now they're running towards the A region. Sami, he has been spotted down. Now he's being run down as well. And he will be taken down by Rafa. A jumping right click into his face. Doomsday gets one, but how much can he get is the question. He gets a second as well. He's looking for the third, but he gets shut down by Strix. Strix into the side. He still has to find 2 more players backside. Zolo crazy. He's not expecting Fancy with the frenzy over there, and he gets a pick. Binks in a 1v2. HP for all of these 3 players is not great. Binks was just left with 28. If he's able to sneak out a plant on another side, it could be huge. But still the KJ is alive. The bots are there. And still the side of Team Exceeli is rotating. This can be huge. If you allow Binks a plant, oh, he won't be. He won't be allowed, because now the turret has given the information. Zolo Crazy can just go guns blazing. And Fancy can play it for time. Zolo Crazy. He just shows the shoulder and Fancy peaks. A good decision making by the side of Team Exceeli, and they win the pistol.
Finally. Now, once again, I want to say that this is how the first map went as well. They win the pistol, and they win every single round from there on after, up to 12th round on the board. But let's see. I mean, T69, they should have learned from their mistakes by now. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen this time again. But Exceeli, what a way once again, starting off strong on the defensive half. And let's see, it's going to be an eco coming in from the side of T69. And Exceeli, this should be a freebie.
Perfectly though, because they've invested a lot of money in this. Look at that Phantom for the KJ. Spectres coming out. Sami just saving for the operator with a frenzy, but the rest of the team is completely kitted up. Let's see how do they play this particular round out. T69 is just all around this garage area. This grass region is where Team T69 is positioned. They are going for that B execute, and here comes execute. The dash is in there. Strix. He's taking matters into his own hands, but gets shut down. Rafa good for one, but then the trades are flowing in the favor of Team T69. They get a double, but now Binks being the last person standing with the Sheriff. Upgrades to a Spectre. Gets another pick for himself. Now this round looks doable because Zolo Crazy is very low on HP. Will Binks be able to check the angle? Is the main question. Now Fancy has rotated all the way towards A side, so Binks has nowhere to go except for the C side. And it is a long rotation if he goes towards from CT. But Binks checks the corner. He gets Zolo Crazy. Now in a 1v1. Is this the way Team T69 gets back into the game? Because still Binks is not satisfied with the position that he has and is going back towards the A side. He is just playing the game of cat and mouse with the last remaining player of Team Exceeli.
Oh my god. I cannot believe this. Look at Fancy from C to A. Now he's going back to C while Binks is going back to A. Exceeli esports, guess what? You've been played, fellas, completely. And Binks, he should be able to get that plant at least. And now he only has to watch one side. 70 HP versus 100. Binks taking a really aggressive position. It's all about the timing. And Binks will get that kill onto Fancy. What a round. Was that a 1v4? I think that was a 1v3 at least.
1v4? It was a 1v4. A complete 1v4 edge.
On an eco.
At all. Oh, with just a classic pistol.
And not taking any damage. and not taking any damage as well.
This guy is a madman. This guy is definitely a madman. What a round coming in from Banks.
George?
He just played. Yeah, the chat is definitely gonna go crazy. George should be spammed in the chat right now for Banks because the round that he has taken out, this just might be a breather. This
Exactly.
definitely might be a breather because just look at Exceeli, left with frenzies and sheriffs.
I mean,
Does he execute on the cards?
we were talking about T69 not making the same mistakes, and they didn't do the same mistake of giving Brimstone to Binks. They handed him Raze, and this is what he can do. And Strix, beautiful kill on Zolo there through the smoke as well. A 5 versus 3. This should be an easy round for the side of T69, which means the double-digit scoreline is gonna be on the card soon. And Exceeli, well, they might be taking. I mean, T69 actually might be taking us into the deciders map. But actually, if they wanna end it right here, right now, they gotta shift things up. And Binks gets himself a double, actually a collab double.
It was an easy round. Phantoms against odds of Spectres and not even Spectres, just Sheriffs and Frenzies. Couldn't have done much, although this is what the side of Team T69 did. This is what Binks did in the previous round. But now just a shorty, he won't be entertained at all. Friction gets the final blow. Team Exceeli, they are half the rounds that Team T69 has already got, just with 5 on the board. They are really, really struggling now, Edge.
They are kind of struggling. 10 to 5 is the scoreline right now. Exceeli esports. Well, this is gonna be an important round for them. Sami is gonna be picking up that operator. Okay, now this is interesting. Now things just got, heated up between him and everyone else on the side of T69. Strix once again popping off, top of the scoreboard, 70 to 10, 1.7 KD. And if Sami can get himself a couple kills here with the operator, this round will surely go into the side of in the favor of Exceeli esports, because they have light armors. Light shields is all they could manage, and Strix already getting the control of B all by himself. They got B control just with the usage of a smoke, a boombot, and a flash coming in. Sorry, no flashes. But what? Doomsday!
Perfect timing, catching one of the players on reload and getting wings just after he threw the showstopper, and Sami gets the pick out of Friction. Oh, Team T69, they were just bamboozled by the push coming in, and Exceeli, just because of the surprise 2 frags, they're able to get the 6th one.
I am lost for words.
Swarm grenade.
They had the entire site for themselves. The side of T69. Then look at this. 1 kill. Why did
One bullet.
he
Just a single
misclicked?
bullet.
Did he misclick? I don't think he wanted to switch to classic.
See, whatever the reason may be, Edge is coming into the
It looked classy. It's going in. He's like, you know what? I don't need a phantom for you. All I need is a goddamn classic.
Oh man, those shots. 3 bullets were fired by Doomsday, and all of them headshots. And Exceeli, they get another round back for themselves. If they're able to win this one as well, Team T69 will have to think about their buy in the next round. The long way from there for now. 1 minute 30 seconds to decide the fate of this particular one. Fancy just boosted up the elevator, gets spotted out by the all road. Will he be taken down is the main question. He definitely is. Emo coming in with the frag, but Zolo Crazy completely flashed out. Good for one, but then the trade. Emo opening things up, getting a double. Doomsday using his hunters needed to deny the plan for a few more seconds. But Team T69, they are completely sure that they do want to plant that spike onto the seaside. That is exactly what they'll do. Exceeli in a 3v4 retake.
3v4 retake situation here. And if T69 win this, they're pretty much taking home the victory. It's gonna be Friction taking on Doomsday through the smoke, and Binks gets a beautiful kill on Kira as well. Easy kill for the side of Sami for Sami, but then Rafa comes in with the flank. Will take him down. 11 to 6. Guess what? We might as well just be going to the map of split, because T69, they are not making the same mistakes. Even though they lose a round this time, they do not let that get into their heads and will be focusing on the next one, and that's exactly what happened. Beautiful placements coming in from them. Position wise, the crosshair placement is just absolutely beautiful coming in from who was that? I think that was Friction. Absolutely getting that beautiful headshot to the smoke. But yeah, once again, getting Binks on race was the key of T69 winning, if you ask me.
Oh, they could have bought Ascent as well. If you ask me, it could have been a 2-0 in the favor of Team T69. But it did not happen. Now, it is still in the second map, still 2 rounds to go for the side of Team T69. They're going towards
Spike
B side yet
planted.
again. Oh, Sammy missing all of his blades. This could have been huge if he would have been able to connect those. But friction for one, but will be traded out by Sammy. Now in a 4v4 retake, Solo Crazy is making some things happen. He's trying to sell out a fake. Then he's not in garage. Strix gets Kiro in the process. Solo Crazy trying to peek out, but Emo's just better. He gets the pick. Strix again with the operator, shuts down Doomsday, and it's just Sammy who's been spotted, who's getting taken down by the Hunter's Fury. The Team T69 will have 6 opportunities to close this one out.
Match point.
And now T69, yes, you're right. They have a huge safety cushion here. But Exceeli, they cannot lose any more rounds. They gotta, we saw an 8-round comeback last time. We need a 6-round comeback this time to take us into overtime. And and Exceeli may have a chance of closing things up. Look at the economy. I think it's done. I think it's done. I mean, it is still doable because of the fact that they have the lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, and also the Omen's Ultimate available. But at the same time, I don't think T69 is going to lose this one. With Chambers' ult, Omen's ult, and also Jet having his ult. That is the Blade Storm there. The Rolling Thunder. Oh, available, and will be denying the plant. There you go, it's all about the timing. Now Binks once again will get that kill onto Fancy, but Sami gets the kill onto Friction while Emo takes down Zolo down to a 3 vs 4 situation. Everyone on the side of T69 is really low. It's going to be Binks taking down Kiro down to a 3 vs 2 right now in the Defender's KJ's ultimate. You got one player detained, and that is Binks. He's in a safe position though. Exceeli, this is hugely possible right now because of the fact that Sova and Raze both being low and the spike being dropped in a really uncomfortable position for the side of T69.
Oh, Exceeli, just because of those ultimates, this round is very, very much possible. Rafa not expecting so close, so personal. Sammy gets the pick. Now, Emo is the main person to be taken down. But if you peek Emo, it's a one-way. It's a one-way, Sammy. You don't peek Emo in those. And Binks will take down Doom as well. The game gets closed out. Exceeli, the team I was hoping that might just win it out and close it in a 2-0, gets picked off. And Team T69, they come back on a map, not expected at all.
Well, man, oh man, that was a great game coming in from the side of T69. Absolute great performance coming in from them. I'm happy to see that they win, and I'm happy that my prediction went right there as well. But it was great, right? I mean, for a period of time, I actually thought Exceeli might make a really great comeback once again. But T69, they capitalized on everything that they did wrong the last time, right? Yes, they did lose the pistol, the second pistol, the first pistol as well, I believe.
Yes.
But they still kept going. They didn't let that get into their heads, and right now, we'll be moving on to the map of Split, where T69 is really good, if you ask me, at least in recent times. So I want to see how Exceeli, because I'm not really sure how well they play the map of Split. Yes, they've been great, but I don't think I've seen Doomsday play Split in the previous matches. So I want to see how they go ahead with, and I'm hoping that there's a KO being picked this time.
The game of Split is all what is left. Now it all falls upon it. And let's see how does this, I'm so sorry, how does this particular game goes into which of the team's favor. Exceeli was supposed to close this out. But Team T69, I think it all went haywire as soon as Binks got that 1v4. As soon as Binks got that 1v4 in the 9-5 round, 9-4 round to get it to get them the 10th round for themselves. That was the position where it all spiraled out of control for the side of Team Exceeli. They were just able to just snowball away and get the rounds back to back to back. That is exactly what happened. Oh, Team Exceeli, they have been taken to the third map, and now I think the size, the favors for Team T69 have just increased a bit, because now they'll be in a comfortable spot. Let's see what the future holds for us.
Yes. And I mean, and now I'm really looking forward to see a KO pick as well, as I was talking about, right? But here's the thing. Once again, the star player, Strix, you gotta have him, man. He was popping off on the attacking half and on the defensive half as well, with the operator, with the Vandal as well, especially him with the Blade Storm, man. I mean, he just lands some incredible shots, especially that the one towards B, the updraft double kill. But you're right, that round where Binks was allowed to get a 1v4, that should never have happened. That was the round that turned the game on its head. I think if Binks would have gone down there, I think Exceeli would have made a comeback because of the confidence and the momentum breaking, right? But here's the thing. Binks on Raze much better than Binks on Brimstone.
That is definitely true. You cannot ask a better performance from this particular guy in the previous game. And now let's take a very short break because game number 3 split is lined up. You guys just enjoy the highlights and we will be right back.
So long. Amateur.
One enemy remaining.
Aw, thought to try harder. One down. Yikes.
30 seconds left.
Be faster.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sorry, we could not work out our differences.
Ooh. Enemy kill. Blocking sight. Nightmare's over.
One enemy remaining.
One down. Ooh. See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Your fault.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
30 seconds left.
Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
Last player standing.
Off your feet! Pardon, monsieur.
Got one.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining. 30.
Nailed him.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sova.
One enemy remaining.
For me.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Down. That
One enemy remaining.
nowhere to run.
One enemy remaining.
Done.
Enemy Kill. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Better.
I'm still here, amigo.
Attackers
You
win.
want to play? Let's play.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the short break and with a surprise as well. Team T69, they win the second one, and now we are going to move into the third game. Edge, the third game is going to be a banger because the map of split is something I've not seen either Team T69 or the side of Team Exceeli play a lot.
Well, I have seen them play T69,
Okay.
in some customs as well. I've seen them just a sneak peek because I have some friends there. But here's the thing. We haven't seen a lot of action coming in from them lately on the map of split. So I'm looking forward to see how both these teams play here in this particular map, and also the agent composition when it comes in, because Astra was a major pick in all of the maps that we have already seen, the Ascent and Haven. But after the update, we didn't see either of these teams pick Astra even once. So I'm thinking that it's gonna be avoided once again. It's gonna be completely ignored. So Omen is a go-to option once again, but Brim is also really good, especially with the stim. You can just use that stim to run towards mid and escape that mid,
Yes.
because of the new update, guys, the new buff that we're talking about, the speed boost. But at the same time, KO is great as an initiator on the map of split because of all the
Yes.
close quarter, the close corners and everything, and also having an Yoru pick. I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens. Yes, a lot of you are gonna
Edge
be
wants
annoyed by
a
it.
Yoru.
I just want to see a Yoru pick coming out, and yes, it's not gonna be a pick this time as well, I believe, because it is the deciders map up. Both these teams, they wanna be in the upper bracket. Whoever loses this matchup will be pushed down to the loser bracket, and they'll be facing the loser of tomorrow's matchup. And once again, guys, this is the Sky Esports Grand Slam Phase 1, powered by AMD, gaming partner Logitech G, gaming rig partner Chroma, and also broadcasting partner Loco. And so if you want to buy any of the gaming peripherals, I suggest you get yourself. I mean, he's already flexing it. I have a black one, so I'm not going to be flexing it. But the white one looks absolutely insane. That Logitech headphones, I mean, any peripherals, they just look absolutely great. So might as well just check it out. I think we have the links in the description. You might as well just go ahead and type it in Google. You just find it. But back to the game. Split, as we said.
Yes.
Before we head on to the game, let's do the other ritual again. The score prediction.
let's go.
Fritz, what do you think?
Okay. So this time I'll see. I'm already out of the game prediction knowledge.
Yeah,
because
I got
was
that
about
one.
Like 2-0. Yes, you got that one. So still, Team T69 is in the mix. So I'll say this time we might see 13-8, 13-9 in the favor of Team T69, because I don't know
Oh.
how does Exceeli play in the game of split. So I think
Okay.
that Team T69 might have that upper edge right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give my prediction in a while because we have the scorecard now, and let's take a look at the previous match's scorecard. Haven, 13-6, much one-sided when compared, much dominant at least when compared to the map of Essen. Strix once again, top frag on the server, 19 kills, MVP for his team. On the side of Exceeli though, Sami was a star player on the Jet with 16 frags. I mean, Biggs this time. Last time he had what, 9, I believe. This time he has 9
Just
into 2,
double.
that's 18. 18 frags with 2 entries as raised. And don't forget that 1v4 that helped Team T69
Yes.
secure that win as soon as possible.
Yes.
And at the same time, Kiro sits on 9, unfortunately. Fancy sitting on 10, so they need to step up. Kiro sitting on 6, I'm sorry. And Doomsday sitting on 15. Zolo sits on 15 as well. They both had some good frags there. But on the side of T69, Emo 13, Rafa 15, while Friction sits on 12. They played their role as well, right? Rafa used his Hunter's Fury only once, which was kind of weird. I mean, you are right. I don't know
Yes.
what is the obsession. I mean, Strix uses his ultimate as soon as he gets it. Everyone else, they just wait for some reason. I'm not really sure for what.
I'm particularly, very. I was very sad to see a round where the side of Team Exceeli's breach, Kiro, he had an operator, he had his ultimate, and still he was playing on side with very little HP left. And the spike was definitely planted for long. So at that point of time, again, it comes into my mind that why aren't those ultimates utilized in the proper way that they need to? Strix, except for Strix, no one else goes for the ultimates early on. even pings this time. He used his ultimate twice or thrice, if I'm correct. But other than that, we see once the Rafa using his Hunter's Fury either once or twice, not more than that. Even from the side of Team Exceeli, not a lot of ultimates being utilized except for Sammy. And that is something I think it can make a huge difference. Because again, ultimates, you get it after getting either 8, 7 kills, depending upon the agent that you have. And not using them perfectly, time to time it is going to hurt you. And that has hurt the side of Team Exceeli in the previous game. But now, Team T69, they need to make sure they use their ultimates properly coming into this map of split. Let's see the decider in which team's favor does it go.
Yes, and with that, we will be taking a look at the veto once again, just to confirm everything that has happened up until now. T69 picked us in. Well, they lost it. That's all I'm gonna say. And and then Exceeli picked Haven. Guess what? They lost it to T69. And now moving to the map of Decider. And the best part about this is no one picked this map, so we don't know who's gonna lose it. Right? I mean, here's the pattern that's happening. T69 picks, Exceeli wins. Exceeli picks, T69 wins. But now, no one picked this. Riot picked this. So, I mean, it kind of makes no sense, but you guys know. T69 will be starting off on the defensive half once again, the favorite half. But as you were talking about the score predictions there, once again, yes, Fritz this time shifted to T69. Well, so since I already said T69 is going to take it home 2-1, I have to stick it. I have to stick with T69, and I think they're gonna be going ahead with a with the scoreline of 13-10 this time. But I'm gonna add conditions this time. I'm gonna add conditions.
I'll give you the
this
freedom.
time.
You're already winning one on this as well. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Since I mean, okay, if Exceeli, start off on the attacking half and get themselves more than 7 rounds. They will indeed win the matchup. At least that's what I'm predicting. I'm not like, telling them that they win.
Yes.
But if they get 7 rounds or more in that first half, they will be closing things off, I don't know, maybe 13-10, but in their favor this time.
Okay.
So it hugely depends on Exceeli's attacking half.
Okay, so the map of split is a hugely defenders-oriented map. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of rounds coming in from the defenders, from the attackers' side. This has been the ritual, hasn't it? Ascent,
Yes.
defenders-oriented map, attackers are getting 8, 8, 9, 9 rounds in their favor. Haven, attackers-oriented map, defenders are getting 8 rounds for themselves. Now comes the map of split, which is a defenders-oriented map. I wouldn't be surprised if I see 7, 8 rounds coming in from the side of Exceeli while they're attacking. And even Team T69, but it'll all depend on the team composition that they get. KO, again and again, you tell about KO, you ask about will we see again a Brimstone or an Omen. I think this time, what Team Exceeli should do, they should get back to that Astra. Because now, if you look at the map, see, there are basically just a single entry point till you have mid control for the B side. Just a single entry point that is going to be B main.
Yes.
For A, yes, the ramp control can be established, but it cannot be used as an entry point for site.
Makes sense.
So even for A side, there is just a single entry point that is going to be A. Controlling the mid area of the map is going to be very important for defenders as well as the attackers. Now, using Astra for that particular controlling either the mid area or throwing 1 star each at the very starting of the round, and if you don't hear anything, just take it back. Just take it back and have 2 more stars in your bag. So if it's a fake, you can plan accordingly, or if there is a mid take coming in, you can plan accordingly. You need to have 2 stars in the bag. So I guess on this map, where there are not a lot of points that Astra can control upon, here on this particular map, I think Astra might still be very much viable. This is what I think. But I wouldn't be surprised if I don't see any Astra being played by either of the teams. We might see Omens coming in, because again, the paranoia for the backside of A and B as well is just huge with the smokes. So yes, I still think we might be in for a few surprises. We might see Astra for the side of Exceeli, because that is the agent that they have been very, very comfortable with. They love to run Astra on each and every map.
Yes.
So they have lost the previous one. They need confidence. They can definitely go back to Astra on this map of split.
Yep, you're right about that. But here's the only drawback of not having a Omen in your team when compared to an Astra. You don't get that flash. And by the looks of these teams, they don't have any other agent that can play a flash. So if you're going in with Astra, you need that KO, if you ask me. And there's also Neon to be picked, or a breach as a matter of fact. And we will be heading into the agent select, and as we were talking about breach, I see a breach being picked on the side of T69 this time. Emo. So Emo, okay, let me get this one straight first. He started off as a duelist, shifted all the way to a sentinel, and now he's shifted to a initiator. So Emo is pretty flexible and adaptive to his game style. But I'm really happy to see Binks on that raise once again. Friction on that Omen yet again. Rafa on Sage. So they don't have a sentinel that can hold sights as a like Cypher or KJ or a Chamber. On the side of Exceeli, they have Sami once again on that Jet undoubtedly. Zolo sticking to that Omen. Doomsday this time shifted to KJ. Makes sense. Fancy9 picked up that raise while Kiro shifted to the Sage there. Now, okay, I'm a bit confused. They don't have an initiator, so this is not going to be an easy one. I thought maybe a Sky would have been great as well, but no initiator on the side of Exceeli. I'm really excited for this. I want to see how they play off of all these 5 agents.
Oh, Exceeli, I guess again, if you look at the Exceeli side edge, they are going back to the old days when you did not play an initiator on the map of split because the Omen was used as one. Because there is not a lot of angles that can be either cleared by a flash or by a recon, if you ask me, on the map of split. So I guess they are going back to the old days. They are going to go for the default plays where the Paranoia comes in on the backside of A, the Jet and the Raze. They just satchel and dash into the side, and the remaining team members, they follow into the side. That is, I guess, the main default, the default plan. Obviously, there are going to be many layers of plans coming into the game as soon as we progress. But this might just be the basic one, that you enter the side with your Jets, with your duelists, just satcheling and dashing in, with the Omen flashing the backside to get easy frags onto the A as well, even on the B side. But let's see if that pans out for them or not, because this is a very, very bold pick from them, not picking an initiator, not having that owl drone or the trailblazer to get any information about the side.
Yes, that is gonna be incredible to watch. And guys, this is the final map of the first matchup of the day, the BO3 series between T69 and Exceeli esports. The winner of this will be moving up into that, winner's bracket, and the loser, obviously, you guessed it, will be moved down to the loser bracket. And here we go, the pistol round is up and running.
Oh, the pistol rounds here. Exceeli, they are looking to make some things happen right now. Just look at the ground that they're covering. For the side of Team T69, they're grouped up outside the B side, and they're leaving A on retake, if I'm not wrong. And that is exactly where the players of Team Exceeli are headed. The heaven control has already been established, and now they'll execute side. They'll find it completely empty, so it is going to be a post-plan scenario for the side of Team Exceeli esports. They get a pick for themselves as well. So this is going to make things more difficult for the side of Team T69, because now a 4v5 retake. This is looking very, very difficult right now, Edge.
Oh no, and look at that, a free B there. Binks gets a trade though. Exceeli esports, they, I think, once again will get the pistol for themselves, because look at Sam's position with a frenzy as well, already made his way towards heaven. So there's no way that they can actually, go into the site now without having to take this fight. And Friction, oh no, that was so close, and Sami will take him down though. That plant is planted for heaven, and yeah, that's it. This round is over.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, hey, Zolo crazy. He's just the person who's just completely annoying his opponent. Although the final blow was dealt by Sami, but Team Exceeli, they put that pistol in their back pocket. They get the first round for themselves on board. Let's see how do they continue. That is gonna be the main question right now. Team T69. Let's see if they're able to pull some guns out of the pockets of Team Exceeli in this particular round. Because by the looks of it, it should be an easy round victory for the side of Team Exceeli.
Yep, this should be an easy one for the side of Exceeli once again. And I want to say it again, deja vu. Exceeli starting off once again strong on the pistol half, getting themselves the first one, and second one should be going in their favor as well. But look at this coming in from T69. They've all stacked B except Sage, who's coming in towards Vents right now as we speak. But if they go B heaven, and which I think they will be, Sami pushing up that Vents, and Sage is ready for him, but Sami is just too good. He will get that kill, and a beautiful that dash, and he just held on to his space button there so that he doesn't take damage. Well played. Forgot his name. What? Strix. Oh my god, I'm so bad. But yeah, Fancy, he should be able to get himself a couple of kills here. Yeah, once again, this round. Oh, never mind. Fancy goes down. Sami gets himself a triple though.
Exceeli should be an Exceeli round, but still the damage that is being dealt by the side of Team T69 is just gonna be great. I guess that was a Spectre recovered, so still they can go and try to get some more frags in this particular position. Strix with 22 HP left gets a dink onto Sammy, but Sammy gets a 4K, although eventually traded out by Friction. Now in a 1v3 Friction, it's not gonna be easy at all. He is being just succumbed by from each and every direction. Uses a shrouded step, although there is no one to check him out in that particular location. But just look at Exceeli. They're fallen back. They're playing it completely safe. They just want to make sure that they take no more losses and get the round for themselves. Friction looking to get any kind of damage that he can. He just has a Spectre. Cannot do much. Doomsday will peek him at the perfect time. Gets the pick. And Team Exceeli, they get the second one on the board.
Second round on the board for them. Exceeli esports. Well, they did lose a couple of players there, and T69, well, they gotta be feeling confident right now, and Sammy already has his ultimate running, so he's gonna be popping off that Blaze Storm right now, and for sure, he's gonna get a couple of kills. He's already sitting on 7 frags in 2 rounds, which is impressive if you ask me. But T69 is gonna be a full buy round coming in from them. I see 4 Phantoms, and a Vandal picks up on Strix. Everyone else on the side of Exceeli, full bonus. 3 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs being picked up, and I believe the Blaze Storm will be popped off, and there you go, instant pop. Rafa walling off. And that updraft, Rafa has to catch him instantly. Otherwise, he will go down to Sami. Look at that. Sami playing it safe, making sure that the angles that are common. Oh, anti-wall. Okay. Oh boy, that was insane. It would have been great on it from another point of view. But once again, beautiful Sassel play coming in. Fancy goes down. Strix gets a kill on the Zolo Crazy. If they don't take any casualties, then that's a great round for the side. But, oh, okay. Sami, for a second, I thought he might get the kill. It's going to be Rafa getting that trade.
Oh, Team Exceeli, they're just down to 2 members. Although the spike is down and they've got the money for that. Hero healing his teammate up, although the push comes in. Rafa, he'll get the first one. Doomsday, good for 1, but then Strix trades it out. Team T69, they get the good anti-eco in their favor. Just losing 1 player, that too while trying to retake. But overall, a perfect round for Team T69. Team Exceeli, still, they'll be happy enough because it was just around with Spectres and Sheriffs. They were able to take down one. That's going to be good enough for them. But now comes the important round stage. Now is the round where both of the teams are going to go with the rifles. And now I would like to see how does a Team Exceeli play. They're all grouping outside A, so it just might be the default that I was talking about. And Team T69, they're not ready for that. They're going for the retake, if I'm not wrong, because there's just a single Sage on the C side.
Yeah, I think they're like, you know, they're kind of convinced that it's gonna be a B push coming in, but at the same time, look at Breezy. He is playing towards this, and now that grenade will be giving away his position. The fault plan has been used, and look at that, Sammy once again opening things up, getting that kill on the Rafa. Down to a 4 versus 5. A beautiful flash, but Sammy, even though flash, he still gets that kill onto Emo. Oh no, that is so unfortunate. And now just like that, the screens is gonna be walled. Kiro will be planning the spike. A 5 versus 3 retake, and Strix will be going down because that's a beautiful angle that you never expect coming in from Sami. Once again, getting himself a triple. He's good to get himself a quad, if you ask me. He's jumping. Look at that. Gets himself a
perfect. Perfect execute onto the A side. Just a single player, and Team T69, they need to be wary of that. They cannot put 4 players on one side and then decide to retake each and every time. Exceeli, they've been taking advantage. First the pistol round, and then this particular round has happened the same. Exceeli, they're again and again exploiting the same thing, but by the looks of it, they're opting to go for that mid take this time. Sammy is just leading the leaderboard right now with 11 frags, so he has popped off in the very early stages of the game. Good for the side of Team Exceeli. But let's see how do they continue. This time, I guess, again, an early stage wall will be committed from the side of Team T69 onto the day side, leaving mid completely open. Now, this avenue is still not exploited by the side of Team Exceeli. This time, they're going for a B execute. They're going for a B hit. And let's see how does this particular thing pan out for them. Friction,
oh my
he
God.
spots 3. He gets huge information. Although he's completely paranoid out. Sammy will get 1. Emo lands the headshot onto Fancy. But look at Sammy. He's already in CT. And he's not being expected at all. Rafa, he gets taken down. Sammy in a 3 versus 3 situation. Binks trying to surprise Sammy. But alas, he's not even there. Now in a 4v3 retake. Because Kiro, he gets ultimate and he revives Fancy back on his feet.
Oh, Sami taking down that boom, but now the spike has been planted as well. 4 versus 3 in the aftershock will be used to give, you know, displace Sami right now, Strix, he is in deep trouble. He's gonna get taken down by Sami once again, getting himself a triple kill down to a 2 player. Down to 2 players on the side of T69. It's gonna be Sami. Once again, never mind, it's not gonna be him, it's gonna be Kiro this time getting himself for trouble. While Emo is good for 1. 4th on the board for the side of Exceeli, T69. Well, something's not working out. And Exceeli, everything's working out to be honest. 4-1, 3-round lead, and 5th round. Sorry, 5 rounds done. 6th round up, and look at this positioning coming in. Sami, he doesn't care. He goes in. He doesn't care. He's not gonna stop anytime soon. He heard about the players there. He was like, you know, I let one pass and get the second one. Maybe not both because I might be traded out. He played it safe. He played it smart. Everyone
Even deck.
on the side of T69 is feeling the pressure right now. Binks, once again, not having a great game. Fancy. Okay, he picked up a fancy judge here. And yep, Binks once again is going to be deleted. And Kiro gets a kill on the Strix.
I mean, how wasn't Binks aware? Because it should have popped on the minimap, right? Exceeli's player running through event. He spotted down the player of team T69. Although Friction and Rafa are still very much in the game, and they have Rafa at least himself has retrieved a Phantom, and the Spike is also down on the ground. This round is still very much doable for the side of team T69 if the revival comes into the play. And the Spike, more importantly, is not under the control for team Exceeli. Now let's see how does team Exceeli respond to this. They have a showstopper to clear this particular area out, and comparatively it is a very small area. I guess team T69, they know about it. They hear about the showstopper, they just evade that particular angle out, and they just might slip right back in. Exceeli moving in as a team, they will be able to retrieve the Spike, but is there enough time to run back towards the A side? Zolo Crazy checking all the close angles. He's making sure that no one is present in that particular location. But just look at team T69. They've already started their rotation. But still Friction, he manages to get a frag. How is this game even still possible? Friction is present on this particular location. He uses ultimate to get out of the position that he was previously in. He spots down Kiro, he takes him down. Exceeli, they're being picked one by one, and a round that should have been theirs has been already converted.
Hold up. Did Erase lag there or what happened? Was it the game? Can we get a replay of that? That would be great. Cause wait, is this the one I'm talking about? No, this wasn't the one. But anyway, Friction, that was a great round by him coming in. But here's the thing. Yeah, look how.
Oh my god.
How? I don't understand.
What just happened?
He saw him. Okay, I mean, yes, I mean, we're gonna talk about this after the stream, but that was, I don't know what happened. Maybe he lagged out, some internet problem or something happened there, because that is not normal. Anyway, the wall is completely broken towards mid. Exceeli, that round should not have gone in the favor of T69, but it did. Once again, OP plays coming in from Rafa. Binks dealing a bit of damage there on the Zolo.
Again, I don't think so. Exceeli is going to be ready for this aggressive push, and Binks is just pushing out Zolo Crazy again and again. He is forced to use his paranoia, but once again, Exceeli, just look at this. Look at the side of team T6, and they're just happily giving away mid, not even checking it. Sammy, just because of it, gets a freebie. He gets a pick onto Binks. Emo trades one out, but is now in a very sticky situation. Although flashes his way out and gets a triple. One was alright, the second was also fine because the player was completely flashed, but the third made no sense. It was just a flick of the wrist, and he gets another pick. Exceeli in a 2v3 situation, not looking good at all. Doomsday needs to get this pick onto their opponent Omen, needs to get the pick onto Friction, and he definitely does, without losing any HP. Now gets double pick, good for one, but Kiro from side takes down the boosted Rafa, and Team Exceeli, they put the 5th one on the board.
Oh boy, Exceeli, man, just when you think they might have, you know, dropped their guard, they pick it back up. And T69, well, as I said, if Exceeli gets more than 7 rounds, it's gonna be easy for them, but T69, as you said, Fritz, they sees the defensive, and I kind of agree to it, but at the same time, you know,
it's happening again.
Exactly, I mean, Bing sitting on 1 still. He's unable to pop off. I think the side of Exceeli finally found a way to completely, you know, neutralize Binks here. And now, Rolling Thunder available, Showstopper available. Exceeli esports, well, they have the Lockdown and the Blaze Storm available as well.
They'll need to be very careful with the side that they execute. They wouldn't want to run into Binks at that B side because that Showstopper is going to be very deadly. Now Strix is ready for the pick. Oh, but he misses the shot. Zolo crazy, lucky to be alive. But will this cost them the round? Because this was an easy shot. Strix hits it all day. But he missed it this time. And once again, mid being completely left alone, Sammy's trying to make the most out of it. He has already controlled Vents. He has already got that Vents control. And now, just him being there, creating that paranoia, it is going to be huge. Strix, he lets the race fly by because Binks is already present in that location and Binks gets a frag. Now the showstopper is available. Strix gets a good shot and Binks with another double. He gets a huge 2k and Exceeli are being shut down. Sammy, good for one, but what can he do in a 1v3? Can he come out clutch is the main question. He spots Friction down, takes a bit of damage himself, but is still surviving.
30 seconds left.
He's rotating back
God.
towards ramp again. He's still looking for the frag. Gets the 1v1. He isolates the duel. Why is Team T69 giving those 1v1s? Finally, Rafa and Emo, they get that utility first and then the P can get the round. T69 looks like they don't want these easy rounds, Edge. They want to make it interesting. They want to make the competition a bit more interesting and then finally get themselves the round.
Exactly, they were like, I mean, that round was pretty much done and dusted by Binks, when Binks used his ultimate there, the showstopper. That was beautiful, by the way. He was confident. He also went down before even using it. But then Sammy in a 1v4 almost got it done, almost got it down to 1v2 and a 1v1 as well. And look at that, he's on another level. 17-5 is his score, I just noticed that. He's sitting on top of the scoreboard and he's just on another level right now.
Again, another fast execute coming in from the side of Team Exceeli. Doomsday good for one. Sammy gets another one, but has been traded out. Emo, he was good for one, but he has been traded out. Kiro, the ultimates are coming in handy. Rafa trying to use the rope room. Will be shut down. And these are one of those fast rounds. The pace change has been put in there by the side of Team Exceeli, and this is what they want. You don't have an initiator, so you need that element of surprise while you're trying to push it into a side. Until now, Exceeli has done a phenomenal job, if you ask me, Edge. Because 6 rounds on a map like Split and still 3 more to go. A good job being done by the side of Team Exceeli.
Well, yep, Exceeli once again doing a really great job of holding on to their momentum there. Yes, they did lose that previous round, but that was all in the previous round. So this round it's down to Friction in a 1 versus 4, and there's nothing that he can do. He's looking to see if he can get any exit frags, but look at that double peek. Fancy getting a fancy kill there using that rope. Easy peasy. Just running and gunning, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you call it.
It's an accurate game anyway. So running and gunning cannot be possible. That's what they're talking about. This is pure precise aim. But yeah, a good round coming in for the side of Team Exceeli. They put the 6th one on the board. And again, an eco round for the side of Team T69. Let's see how do they go about it. A double Marshall set up for them with Strix and Friction trying to give the edge that they can to their team. And Rafa with the shorty. The position that is playing in mid is very well designed for a shot, if you ask me. So, Exceeli, it should be a fair and easy round. But let's see how do they play it out. Emo ready with the concussion. He will be able to line 4 of them. 3 of them, I'm so sorry. The only one that was able to survive, Sammy, gets a double. And he will push CD if he likes as well. Rafa with just a shot, he cannot peek out heaven. And Team T69, another eco round going out of the bounds.
Oh no, Exceeli, well, they're gonna be getting that 7th round, the both of them off, and Strix, he's trying to land some shots, but he's gonna get taken down by Fancy. Hold down to Friction once again. Oh boy, that is just funny to watch, and at the same time it's annoying if you're at the receiving end of it. But Exceeli, they get that 7th round. This is gonna be really interesting right now. T69, they need these 2 rounds back to back, or else it's gonna be really I don't know.
Difficult for them.
I forgot. I'm actually out of words. I don't know the word that I want to use here. I don't want to say difficult, but it's like
impossible, near between difficult and impossible.
It's like, if they lose this, if they win this next 2 rounds, then there's a chance. If they don't, then it's gonna crush their hopes first. Their hopes are gonna go down the drain.
But still, Exceeli getting 7 on attack. And with a lineup where they have 2 sentinels. Hacking is not going to be easy at all for the side of Team T69. And again, just look at this. They start the round, and once again, Sammy has the opener. Although, Strix with the
down,
trade,
B.
he will be able to neutralize their enemy for a bit, but he cannot stop the plant. And the post-plant scenarios have never looked
planted.
good for the side of Team T69. Let's see how do they go about this one. How will they be able to play this particular round out? Now I like the plays that are being made by Exceeli. Look at that. 2 swarm grenades on the spike, and they're already, the Killjoy is playing far away because they knew that the rolling thunder might just come in anytime soon. Fancy, he has been spotted, but this crossfire is going to be huge. Zolo crazy, he ran away, and he gets a triple. On the Strix, he's still alive. In a 1v2, he gets a double, but did not expect Doomsday in that position. Doomsday closes the round out, and Team Exceeli still rocking
Last
and rolling.
round in the half.
Oh boy, Exceeli get themselves the 8th round on the board. And T69 looks like their dreams of, making a run in that upper bracket, the winner's bracket, is going to end right here, right now. It
just might.
It looks like they're going to be forced into that lower bracket, but I mean, my only hope right now is that 9-3 curse. So it is 3-4, it is 3-7, 3-8 right now. And if they win this, it's gonna be 8-4. And oh, that grenade is on point. Why are you not watching it? Strix! Binks is pretty much. Binks is pretty much. He's gonna be like, I legit threw a grenade. Why can't you just wait for it or something like that?
Exactly my point.
He should have just waited. A bit of patience would have been great. But on the other hand, I think Rafa or someone got another kill there. So down to a 3 versus 4. Exceeli, a man down.
They need to be careful, Team Exceeli. Although the weapons are not great for the side of Team T69, but they're enough to get the job done. Sammy, Rafa, as soon as he peeked that angle, he just got destroyed because of the blade storm. Now, Emo, a lot of very low HP left, but he won't be able to get the frag. And even the concussion will make sure that he cannot follow. Now, Exceeli in a 3v3 situation, and Kiro, a player has just slipped left, just exactly at the same time the smoke was about to fade away. A player has slipped on the left. Will he check? He definitely does. But Zolo crazy with a bit of help. He gets the frag. Sammy from CT gets the pick onto Emo, and it's just upon Binks to get themselves out of a 1v3 scenario. He's just running in. He knows a 1v3 is not going to be that easy for him. And Sammy, crouch PK, gets the angle right, and Team Exceeli, they get that 9th round on the board.
Switching sides. One
Okay.
enemy remaining.
What are the chances of this being a 9-3 curse? And oh no.
If you ask me, 0. Because never have I ever seen Team T69 in a BO3 in the final game clutch it out from a 9-3 situation. Never have I ever. Yes, they have been able to do it in the second game, the first game. But the third one, it is always, they get close, but they're not able to close it out. Edge.
Well, I also said that if Exceeli get more than 7 rounds, they might as well just go ahead and
Yes.
win the entire thing. So I'm safe either way. But I still want to see a really good fight here happening. So that is why I'm kind of supporting this 9-3 curse right now. And look at this position coming in. Doomsday, how do you manage to get that kill? Bing should have gotten that kill. He still managed to stay alive. Zola gets one. He's going to get taken out by Mobile. Sammy takes down Friction. But how is Doomsday alive? He's going to go back and get healed as well this round. Ah, man, Bings. I don't think he's having a good time. I mean, it's obvious he's not having a good time. But look at this. A 2 versus 4 situation, and if Exceeli win this, I mean, T69, they need a miracle to win this one. But if Exceeli win this one, this game is pretty much done and dusted.
It definitely is, because if you look at it, pistol is the most important round. Even in the different games, I say it's the key to get 4 rounds for yourself. If you're able to win the pistol round, you definitely can get 4 other rounds as well. But right now, Team T69, very difficult situation. Straight good for 1, needs to make sure he's not taken down. Emo, he has been traded out, and Kiro and Doomsday, they will get the frags for themselves. And Exceeli, they are the team to reach the double digits first. T69, now the deficit is increasing and getting out of control.
Yes, look at this. Doomsday manages to stay alive. I just don't know how that happened. And Rafa completely caught off guard as well, trying to build a wall there. 6 got the beautiful kill, but that's about it. He couldn't do anything else. It was just overwhelming, the numbers. And now it is going to be a force buy coming in from the side of T69. And look at that, Sami, 25 kills. The second highest in the server is Doomsday sitting on 12th, and he is a KJ. That's how you know that Exceeli is completely dominating.
Just a single player of Team Exceeli. But Binks, he tried something. He definitely tried something, but I don't think so. He has spotted Fancy down with the judge.
He did
Fancy
land the
can do
headshot as
very-
well.
He did, but again, the reset is there for Exceeli. The heal was there, and the Sage has been able to get himself back to the full HP. The Exceeli in a 4v3 situation with better shields, it is definitely looking very, very difficult for the side of Team T69 to get back into the game. Zolo Crazy getting the Vents control, but Emo, he has been able to sneak out of B main, but he has been spotted by Fancy. Zolo Crazy gets to pick on Rafa. Now the side player has already been isolated. Now this should be an easy frag. Kiro rotating from behind. Emo's not expecting at all. Till he turns the last second. No, he does not. Kiro gets the easy frag, and Team T69 left with just the last man standing. That is going to be the friction with just 38 HP left.
Man, oh man, Exceeli esports. They're completely stomping T69 here. On Friction, he might just get flanked here. And look at this crab walking. Both the players, they're just having fun. He's in there with a judge, and he will get it with the judge itself. Fancy 9. Well, Exceeli, they deserve this victory. They
definitely
truly
do.
deserve this. The way that they're playing here is absolutely beautiful to watch. Well, both of us didn't know how these teams play on the map of Split. Well, I think, Fritz, we got our answer. Who's the better team right now?
Last player standing.
Oh, we definitely did. We definitely did. And the way that they're playing, it was just
seconds
brilliant.
left.
It was just brilliant from the side of Team Exceeli. From the very first half, they were looking confident, and more importantly, they were going aggressive. So when you make changes to a team, when you don't play an initiator, you need to make sure either you're so passive, so slow, and you get so many picks during the course of the round that you don't need an initiator to get different angles checked, or you go super fast, just fly over the heads of your opponent and just give the information to your team so that they can get those kills. And Team Exceeli, they did exactly that. Flew over their opponent's head, made sure that they had speed with them, and the frags were theirs in the attacking half. But now defending, when Team T69 is trying to do the same thing, they're being completely obliterated. They have not
Exactly.
been able to crack a single round.
Yes, and I think, you know, not having an initiator on the attacking half somehow worked in their favor, actually, because that allowed them to, you know, have that healer and at the same time have a dedicated player to watch flanks or something. Well, Bings, oh no, gets that kill on to Fancy 9, but I think it's too little, too late right now, because I mean it's still doable, but it's a huge task. They I don't know if they still have the confidence left in them, but Exceeli, they are looking confident and they are going
30
towards
seconds
B
left.
here. Oh, sorry, that's T69. I'm sorry, they're going towards B. Exceeli, they are going towards B as well, and look at that. Oh no, Strix. Unfortunately, he will be taken down. It's going to be Rafa getting that kill on the Sami, down to a 3 versus 3. Now 2 versus 3 because Banks just took down Kiro, who took down Emo. He's low. T69. They will get the plant. And now a 2 versus 3 retake situation. And Zola, I think, spotted one player, but he's looking completely in the wrong direction somehow. Managed to get that flick. Banks gets 1. Actually 3 in the round. Gets himself a quad. And there you go. Now you know the secret of T69 winning. Binks gets himself multiple kills, they will get the round for themselves.
But till when can they just be upon Banks and him getting the rounds for themselves? That is something I'm very much concerned about. Although for now it has worked out perfectly for them. Let's see how many rounds can they continue, because they need a win streak for like 7 more rounds to get themselves at least equal to the side of Team Exceeli, and then 2 more to be the victors. It's not looking easy at all. It's not looking easy at all. They need a miracle, and they need it now. They cannot afford to lose another round. Now Strix again, just making sure he has A heaven control. Zolo Crazy was completely concussed, and Strix makes the most out of it. He gets the pick for himself, and he tries to open A side. Although there is a lot of killjoy utility and 2 different players on site who are ready to greet the players of Team T69 if they go that way. Team T69, they've hit breaks, and they're rotating back. 2 of the players can be seen rotating back towards the B side, and Team Exceeli, all of the players have rotated back towards the A side. B is completely open for business. No one is watching the B side. Now this can be huge if the side of team T69 they push in and get that information, and they definitely should,
no.
because now they have whole team behind them, and Exceeli they'll be backstabbed. Oh, but no, Doomsday, he checks for Binks, he gets the pick, although the spike is gonna go down, but it's still a 4v4 retake instead of Binks being present with his team.
And what is happening? They're planning out in the open right now. Fiction will be the one planning. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 retake situation. 45 seconds on the clock to get those 4 kills and also defuse the spike. It's kind of doable in Sammy. If he gets that updraft kill, I'm going to lose my mind here. But let's see. Then there you go. He updrafted. He didn't get the kill though. But it's going to be Doomsday once again getting himself a double kill onto Strix there. Aftershock being used. No one's defusing the spike. It's going to be Rafa getting that kill onto Kiro. Down to a 3 versus 3 situation. And Sammy dashes in. It's not going to be going down. It's going to be Doomsday getting himself a triple. He's off for the quad kill of Fancy. On the other hand, takes down Friction. It's all down to Emo in a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2, I'm sorry. He gets 1. The spike has been half defused. And a beautiful rolling thunder. But it's not peeking. He's holding. He's not peeking. He doesn't know where exactly KJ is. And that fault line will now make sure that the round goes in the favor of T69. And that should not have happened. There was a lot of investment coming in from the side of T69. Did he lose his weapon? No. Oh, the luck somehow helped him. So now he can actually drop 2 Strix. Imagine if he went down there. That means they would have had no economy into this particular round. Boy, that was close coming in from the side of T69.
They're able to get the round. That is the most important thing if you ask me, Edge. Getting the round was the most important thing, although it was a bit close than comfort. They're able to secure it somehow. Still, Team Exceeli looking for another one. Emo, he was able to get the perfect concussion, just because of which he gets the round. Strix, meanwhile, open things up, but Zolo Crazy with the trade gets a pick. Now Binks in a 1v1 will take down Zolo Crazy. Kiro is still peeking at angle. He's not able to hit his shots, but Binks is down to 53% HP. Headshot was required from Kiro. He was not able to land, but the 2 body shots have definitely done some good damage. Fancy, good for 1, but Friction with the trade. Doomsday is still inside, so it's not safe to plant at all. And he does have that lockdown as well. And Exceeli, the Sage, Kiro, has the revival for himself. Although T69, they're going to go for the spike plant onto the B side. Friction uses ultimate to do so.
remaining.
And Rafa picks out Kiro. Now in a 1v2 is the last remaining player, Killjoy, from the side of Team Exceeli. He's trying his shot, won't be able to, and Rafa will just close it out. T69, one by one, they're stitching rounds together to heal their wound.
Well, Rafa was like, he knows that KJ is low. He was like still aiming for that head. He's like, I don't care. Even if I go down, I want to get that, I want to get that headshot. But Bing's there, unfortunately the showstopper, not being able to put it to great use, but he's making his way towards the top. Now, 26 on Sammy, 13 on Strix, 15 on Doomsday. Emo and Rafa sitting on 11 while Bing sits on 10. Now, that is interesting because as I said, once again, Binks is going to be that key player. And yes, I mean, the star player is going to be Strix once again, but Binks is the key towards T69's victory, right? It's not just it's not about him fragging. It's about his presence, having that raise up and running, and also the fact that he can clutch. We already seen him clutch 1v2s, 1v4s as well. So having him just available is just a big negative for the side of Exceeli and a big positive for the side of T69. It's going to be Rafa reviving Strix though. So that resurrection put to great use. And every round is important. And Exceeli have 4 ultimates. Except Showstopper, they have everything available.
Oh, Rafa right now just sitting in the smoke. Zolo Crazy manages to get a pick on some other part of the map. Emo might just meet a 1v1 with Zolo Crazy. Spots him down, takes some shots, but not able to get the frag. Emo, he thought that he might just get flash. Zolo Crazy, the flash was there, but it did not hit Emo. And Emo manages to get a frag. Although, Kiro, he is trying to get himself in a good position. And now Zolo Crazy might just be flushed out from that particular angle. He gets a bit of chip damage onto himself. But he still survives. And Emo, he now will be followed. And if he does, there might just be a pick. But Kiro, he is looking for the revival. Although the wall is not helping him to do so. So he needs to break it out to get the revival. But Rafa, on the other hand, he's just hammering those bullets into the heads of Team Exceeli. He's just making sure that the pressure is constantly on the players of Team Exceeli. And now a 4v3 retake for them. Not at all going to be easy. Savvy gets a trade onto Friction, but will it be enough? He gets another one. Fancy with the showstopper takes down Strix as well. Emo has been headshotted. He is left with just 10 HP. Now the concussion is gonna come in. Emo, will he push?
Right there.
He does not. And Sammy can stick it out because he's trying to reposition to heaven. And is he quick enough is the question. He is not. He goes for the shots. He needed the headshot, but he's not able to land it. He gets the body shot in the end, but the round is over.
Point.
Exceeli, they put the 12th one on the board.
Oh no, that is heartbreaking. After Emo did everything right here with the low HP as well, they still managed to lose the round somehow. T69. They need 6 back-to-back this time. Just like how Exceeli needed 6 back-to-back on the map of Haven, they need 6 now this time. And Exceeli, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna let that happen. Look at the buy coming in. I see 2 players, you know, non-vandal, not phantom weapons, but everyone else they have phantoms and weapons, vandals and phantoms. Oh my god, this tricks play, man. He just went in, he takes the damage and he comes back. It's gonna be Sami once again. Oh no, that's it. This is done and dusted here. Fritz.
Oh man, Exceeli. Still, there is a bit of hope, but Strix needs to hit some amazing shots with the Spectre. That is not the perfect weapon for the job. Now, checking the close corner for Strix, not an option. Sammy goes down. Sammy takes him down. Kiro gets Rafa, the last man standing. Makes good for one. Then the trade, but Team Exceeli,
Defenders win.
they win it out for themselves. They get the game in their favor, and they are the champions for day number 1, game number 1.
Well, that was kind of unfortunate for T69. But once again, as I said, Exceeli, if they get more than 7, it is gonna be them going in and winning it, right? It was pretty obvious because the way that they were playing was absolutely beautiful to watch. And also, Bings once again, he didn't pop off in the start of the match, so that is what I think didn't was a reason, one of the reasons that wasn't helping T69. And after every time he got himself a multi-kill, maybe a couple or a triple, the side of T69 they did really great. And also it's just the confidence and the presence of Raze. As I said, Raze is really important. You can also see the way that the Raze on the side of Exceeli was playing, right? Fancy with the judge. It's just that his presence was needed. Raze with his boombot, with his paint shell, with also the satchel and the showstopper is really crucial on the map of Split. His presence is important. That's what happened. But at the same time, Exceeli, I'm not really sure who was calling the shots, but once again, the rotations were on point. The reads were not great, but once again, they somehow made it work. And Sami, I mean, this lad's completely insane. Let me tell you that.
Yes. He popped off at the perfect time. Exactly when his team needed, he popped off and he got the game for themselves. I'm like 25 or 26 is the number of frags he got.
I think he's up to 30.
And this is a competitive team that you're playing against.
Exactly.
Let's not forget that. So Sammy, he was just cracked throughout the whole game. He got so many frags for his team, always opened up the size for his team, and he did a great job at that. Perfectly played by him. And super impressed by the way the shots were called, as you said, by the side of Team Exceeli. The rotations were good enough. The predictions on the defensive half, good for the very starting. They lost a few rounds in the midst, but they were able to recover. Just through few milliseconds. They were able to get the 12th, and then the 13th was a no-brainer for them. A great game finally coming to an end. A 3-map series going towards the side of Exceeli, which means neither Edge's prediction nor mine were correct.
I mean, half of mine were correct, half of yours were correct. So
no, let's not have 50%. Both of us were wrong. I said.
Well, I was gonna say half. I mean, you're 50, I'm 50. Both of us, I mean, completely filled each other. But yeah, I think it's gonna fail.
Okay. Let's rewind production. But that's not an option. But
well, yeah. I mean, if that was an option, T69 would like a rematch as well. Because unfortunately now for them, they will be pushed down to the lower bracket. But before we end the day, we'll be talking more about the first match. But before that, me and Fritz will be taking a short break, and we'll be back with the final map analysis.
One enemy remaining.
Even death.
Left.
Annihilated. Watch them.
One enemy remaining. down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I got the spike.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Headshot. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Outrun. One down. One down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out. Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Think that's it. Gone, buddy. Goodbye. Enemy down. Satisfied. They were not good enough.
Headshot.
Spike planted. One dead. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Night night. Night night. Nice. That sucks. Headshot.
All right, so after the highlights, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-match analysis. So, Edge, we saw all the three maps. We saw all the three maps and saw how did the teams perform. And the performance, according to me, by both of them were great. The first game, it started off, T69 looked a bit out of color. But the second game, it was just phenomenal. It was just phenomenal. T69, they just dominated it. They get themselves the game. And the third one, again, this time it was a complete flip role reversal. Exceeli this time, they come in 13-6. It was just amazing.
I mean, yes, first game it was kind of close, and it was 8-4 in the favor of T69, but then Exceeli made a
Yes,
comeback.
came back.
But then in the second matchup, it was 13-6 in the favor of T69, and then the final matchup it was 13-6 in the favor of Exceeli. So it was just back and forth, and it all depended on the map of Ascent. Once again, as you said, Fred, before the start of the match,
Yes.
whoever wins Ascent might as well end up taking home 2-0. But once again, 2-1 is still good. I mean, as long as you win,
Yes.
it's fine.
It's good.
Right?
Yes.
And it's all Sammy for the side of Exceeli. He's
Of
going to
course.
be the star of the show once. He's going to be the star of the team once again. He was star of the team for the past two matches as well, and he's just absolutely popping off. We thought Ascent was his best performance, right? And then he just comes on
We
Split.
saw.
He's like, he completely ripped apart every player on the map of Split. Not just once. He did that consistently every
Yes.
single time. So let's just take a quick look at the scorecard here.
If you talk about the scorecard again, Exceeli's domination from Sammy can be clearly seen. 31 frags from this guy. I'm not able to get these many frags using a jet in bronze lobby. This guy is just hitting pros hard. This is just phenomenal from Sammy. Phenomenal from Sammy. 31 frags. He just carried his team. The perfect word to summon this whole game. He just carried his team with 31 frags to his name. For Team D6 and was a joint effort getting those 6 rounds. But for Team Exceeli, one third of the job, more than that even, was done by the side by alone Sammy.
Yes, and Strix on the other hand, he did good. That's all I'm gonna say. He has 4 first plus as well, but it's just not good enough. You know, when compared to the Sami's dominant performance. Look at that average combat score. Like, take a look at that. 445 in a pro match. In a pro match in the quarterfinals and the final map of the day as well, the deciders map. That is just unbeatable. And his KD is somewhere around 2.7. Absolutely nuts. 6 first bloods. Econ rating is absolutely beautiful as well. 162. 99
God of
more
death.
than Doomsday. And 101 higher than Strix. That is nuts. And that average combat score is almost double of Strix and double of Doomsday as well. So everyone else were playing Valorant. I don't know what Sammy was playing.
He was seeing everything with an X-ray vision.
He's playing a deathmatch. He was
The
playing a
shots were
goddamn
exactly
deathmatch.
like that. Yes, the way he showed his frags in the attacking side. I thought he might just go a bit cool. Because we see that a lot. Jet popping off in one side of the game in one half, and then just being completely taken aback in the next one. But then
Yes.
that did not happen to Sammy. He just put his foot on the accelerator and he just like went through.
He doesn't
That's
have
it.
brakes. He doesn't have brakes. There's no brakes. It's only acceleration. And the only thing you can do is make him run out of gas. That's it. And as
Yes.
long as he has fuel, he's gonna keep running. And if you don't, you have to be the one applying the brakes. You have to, collide or something or do something to him to
Put 5
stop.
people in front of him.
I'm pretty sure he's still gonna ace it with the. At least today he was gonna ace it because that's how he was looking.
Yes.
Because there was nothing
I
that could
completely
go wrong
agree.
for Sami. That's what it was. And with that, we have the winners of the first match. Exceeli versus T69. Yes, Exceeli did win, which pushes T69 down to the lower bracket. And they will be facing the loser of tomorrow's matchup. That is August 5 versus Enigma Gaming. And the winners of that match, obviously, will be facing Exceeli esports in that winners bracket up. But here's the thing. T69, they're not out yet. And the way they played, there is still a lot of hope for them. Yes, they were not able to put up a great show today, but I'm sure that they will be able to put up a great fight in that next match of theirs. A better
Oh,
fight, at
team.
least.
Oh, yes, definitely a better fight because this game was also not completely a 2-0 game where Team T69 lost like very horrendously. They were able to perform, they were able to get a good map for themselves, but split came and things slipped out of their hands. Now let's see who between Oculus 5 and Team Enigma is going to be the team they compete against in the lower brackets because that is going to be important for them. Because if it's Team Enigma, Team T69 is going to be in for a hard day. But if it's Team Oculus 5 will have to make sure that they're completely ready for the channel. First of all, with the side of Team Enigma, and if they lose it out against them, then against the side of Team T69. So let's see. The day number 2 is also going to be super interesting to get the next matchups that might come in. But for today, Team Exceeli, they win and move towards the winner bracket.
Yes, and once again, guys, this is just the phase 1. Right, we have the top 8 teams, and 2 of these teams will be heading down to the phase 2 moving forward, and 6 of these teams will be going home. And T69, they're one step closer to actually losing the entire thing, but Exceeli esports, they're one step closer to making their way to that phase 2. Once again, this is the double elimination, which means every team gets every team gets 2 shots, so 2
chances.
losses and that's it. 2 losses is what you can have at max. And T69, they'll be eagerly waiting to see who loses that match rather than who's gonna win, because they're gonna be facing the losers. Oglets 5 Enigma Gaming, Team Snakes, Team Valor is gonna be the next matchup, and then at the end, that one's the one I'm actually waiting for: Truerippers and God Particles.
These are going to be the next games of the day. Now let's see how does our second game is gonna go, because for today the first game was perfect. Now the game number 2 is gonna come in tomorrow. But yes, it is going to be a game to watch out for. Oculus 5 and Team Enigma. Will we see an upset or the Giant of Team Enigma will continue their winning streak is something that we are going to find it out tomorrow. Today, Team T69, many things to improve upon. Mostly the players' positioning when the ultimate is ready for me is going to be the main outcome for both of the teams. Not only T69, but for the side of Team Exceeli as well. So let's see how do both of these teams play in the upcoming games for themselves.
Yes, you're right about that. And also Enigma, I mean, Exceeli, Antidote, Raw Fuel. I'm really looking forward to see what they bring to the table. I mean, we already know how they play, but it's going to be great to see them in action once again after the official tournament, right? So I'm pretty sure they're going to be hyped. They're going to be pumped. They're going to be super confident. But yeah, all that is going to be happening tomorrow in that second BO3. Oculus 5 taking on Enigma Gaming, another BO3. That's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. So if you haven't subscribed yet, I mean, you gotta hit that subscribe and also hit that bell icon so you don't miss out. I mean, even if you forget, we're gonna remind. And also, follow us on our social Instagram handles and social media everywhere. We'll be posting so you guys know what's happening and when it's happening. And also, if you missed out on the action today, you can always watch the highlights that are going to be posted on later. This is once again the Sky Esports Grand Slam powered by AMD, gaming partner Logitech G, gaming rig partner Chroma, and broadcasting partner Loco.
All right, so the game edge tomorrow, a BO3 between Team Oculus 5 and Team Enigma. This is definitely going to be a match that you guys have to show, that you guys have to see. I'm so sorry. But let's see, Team Oculus 5, will they be ready for the Giants Enigma? Because Enigma, again, we talked about Enigma in the very first segment of our game. In the very first segment of our stream, the Team Enigma with YB coming in, Exceeli also putting in some efforts. This team has come out to be one of the teams that we'll have to watch out for. This is a team that can definitely defeat Giants and definitely defeat, and they have defeated Giants like Global Esports and Team Velocity in the past. So this is something that these guys will have to think about. This is something that Oculus 5 will have to be ready about. And let's see what does happen when we meet tomorrow in this huge BO3.
Yes, that is going to be the story for tomorrow. But once again, Oculus 5, well, nothing to take away from them, right? They are a great team as well. They have been in the scene for a really long period of time as well. But at this point of time, I'm not really sure who exactly the players are. Right, so I won't talk about them much because I don't want to give wrong information if I don't have the information. So I'm just gonna gather a bit more information, and as soon as we hop on tomorrow, we're gonna be talking a lot more to be exact, about Oculus 5 and Enigma Gaming. And you're right, Fritz. I mean, especially after the performance that they put up in other tournaments, in previous tournaments, Enigma. So they are gonna be showing up huge tomorrow, and everyone is gonna be looking out for them. But at the same time, you're right, they did defeat some giants, but they were defeated by them as well again. So now that's the thing. Yeah, it goes back and forth, obviously. But do they still feel the same kind of a confident, and do they have the same confidence level that they had previously, is the question I want to ask actually. But at the same time, addition of Exceeli, I think that's the first time he's playing a Sky Esports tournament after that, so it is going to be interesting to watch. And at the same time, YB, as we said, does Oculus have a coach? I mean, having a coach always helps you, by the way.
Oh, I would love to see that if it Team Oculus. First of all, we don't even know the player's name. Edge. Let's keep the coaching things a bit away. But yeah, guys, that was it for the day. I hope so you guys did enjoy. And if you did, tune in again tomorrow at the same time, same place. But that was it for today. Meet you soon. Till then, take care and peace out.
do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. I'm ready to go. Feeling like a million eyes on me. I'm unstoppable. If you go against me, then you better compete. Yeah, yeah. Why you keep knocking at my door? Came to fight, yeah, that means war. Gotta level up, I'ma settle the score. Yeah, feels a lot better than it did before. What you brand new, yeah, it's time to go pro. Go beast mode, better find a cheat code. On my throne, now I'm in my zone. Man, it looks better than it did before. I said the play don't stop, just do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game, say it now, and let the whole world watch. I said the play don't stop, just keep it going, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Go ahead, let them talk.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight. Yikes. Blocking sight.
Spike down. Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Be faster.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I am sorry, we could not work out our differences.
Ooh. Enemy kill. One sight. Nightmare's over.
One enemy remaining.
One down. Ooh. See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Your fault.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
30 seconds left.
Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
Last player standing. Long.
Out of charges. Off your feet! Pardon, monsieur.
Got one.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining. 30.
Nailed him.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sova.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Down.
That
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Done.
Enemy kill. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
better.
I'm still here, amigo.
Attackers
You
win.
want to play? Let's play.
Headshot. Three.
One enemy remaining.
Even death. See ya.
Left.
Annihilated. Watch them.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
Terminated. Terminated.
down A. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I got the spike.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Headshot. 3.
One enemy remaining.
Outrun. One down. One down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out. Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
I think that's it. Goodbye. Enemy down.
Cussing!
Satisfied. They were not good enough.
Headshot.
Spike planted. One dead. Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Night night. Night night. Nice. That sucks.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight. See ya.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
We cannot work. 30 seconds left. Too far!
Got one.
10 seconds left.
On target.
One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole. Satchel out. Nightmares. Peace off.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Impeccable kill. Careful. Should run.
planted. One
I am the hunter!
last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Found them.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Taken out. Perfect.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Aw, thought to try harder.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.